Hello, my friends. Hello, everyone. Hi. I'm so excited you guys are here. Oh my goodness. I just got home from the golf course and put my popsicles in the freezer. Like, that's what I had time. Hi, everyone. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. Tonight, we're going to learn. I'm going to do this in like phase 1 or like episode 1 or something. Like, I'm going to do 1 and 2 at least. We might do a third because today I was like at the golf course and thinking about it, and I was thinking like it's just a lot of information, and I want to set the expectations here on Con Air. Appropriate. Hi, Jamie Tibbetts. Hello, Jamie. Dadeline, hello, welcome. Oh, I'm so glad you guys are here. Oh my gosh, Deblane, yes, I saw that, and I am here. Jamie Tibbetts, yay! Oh, I'm so glad. I can't catch up with all this, but I am so glad you guys are here. Hi, is Kendall? Bobby Smalls! Hi, Bobby Smalls and Kendall. Hi, Shay Murphy. I have so many questions about this whole case. Oh, good, you're in the right spot. Bobby Smalls, I did see that you emailed. I haven't read it yet. And I didn't want to see your picture yet because I wanted to touch base with you first. Once I see it, then I can read it really quickly, but I do like reading. Okay. I just need to make sure I have everything. This is the idea. Let me grab, we're going to listen to these together, but I'm going to stop them and we're going to talk it out, and then we're going to listen, and then we're going to talk it out. That way, hopefully we all get all of our answers done. While we are doing this, I'm just going to grab the PDFs that I used or that I had made, and I will explain Notebook LM to you guys as well. Okay, Notebook LM is a free program. Everyone, please use it. And I'm going to share it with you in about 4 seconds. Notebook LM, I dump all of the research that I do into it, and then it creates a podcast for me. And it has caught a few things, like one time in the Karen Reed case, Higgins, what was it? It was the plastic from a Jeep Wrangler's taillight, not a Lexus. And I thought to myself, well, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so it sometimes catches stuff for me. And when I'm like channeling, I'm going to fix all of this. We're going to all right, I'll show you. I took screenshots. Oh, good. Kate, I found something else. Oh boy. Jamie Tibbetts is going to send us. Literally, this whole esoteric thing started from a comment. I hope that person's in here. I even wrote like okay. I have so much to tell you guys. Hi, everyone. Wow. I need that. Oh, no, it's just a Google program. You have it. Okay. So first thing that I want to show you guys is I will show you all the questions. Okay. And Deb, I did see you said that Natalie turned the lights off. I haven't seen that Plunder video, although I have seen clips of it. And I bet what happened was whatever police officer, we have like 300 or 400 police reports. And so I saw someone wanted to see the background check. So I did Sharilla's, and that includes their house, not Danny. Russo's, 2 houses, and then friends. So I did that today. All right. The esoteric, it'd be amazing if I put them in here. Oh, this might be it. Okay. So, all right. Hold on. I need a drink. Everyone, what are you drinking? Where are you coming from? I will show you the program, Deb. It's free. I pay for, you can pay to upgrade it, but I do that because I am writing a book and I was studying, or I will show you. Okay. The cop said he knew Dom and that Dom was alive. Oh no. Oh boy. Well, I have never followed or seen much of Rotten Mango, but I really enjoy her coverage of this. I just didn't know her. Of course I knew of her, but I just never. I really enjoy that was when Kenzie hit a car and sped off. Oh, okay. I thought that this was when the body cam when she's getting extracted. Okay. I did hear her say, because Davion's sister, Davney, with all due respect, is in the audience, and so she said, no, Davion wasn't alive. And I thought to myself, as a little sister, I guess, does it really matter? What you don't know doesn't hurt you, because she saw the same stuff I saw. Okay. So we are going to start with, please tell me, yes, Kate. Sometimes I do impress myself. All right, I'm going to show you guys what we're looking at. This is how we're going to do it. I don't even have a piece of paper. I'm going to grab my notebook because I'm going to want to jot this stuff down. If you want to take notes, please do. If not, no problem. And I will make the PDFs available. Well, I might use them in my book, though, so I might need to copyright them. Just kidding. Well, I'm kind of kidding. Okay. I'm a note taker. I like it the old-fashioned way. So this is the outline that I have. I'm going to show you my Notebook LM. I made them public so that you guys can look at Notebook LM with me. Oh, Jamie. Okay. Invite. Okay. Share. So this is my Notebook LM for just this. Okay. So I don't know what it is when you don't pay for the upgrade, but I needed it. I have a max of 50 projects of 100 sources each. So you might notice that I have, wait, let me make sure. Okay. I'll blow it up for us too. You might notice that there are there might be 5 cases. So we have Mackenzie and Dom, a volatile digital record, the Strongsville investigative reports and incident timelines, the Kendall stairwell incident, and the pressure cooker that became a 100-mile-an-hour crash, the spiritual case of Mackenzie Shirla, and Natalie Shannon Shirla. This was when I wanted to figure out Natalie. Then see how we can have 100 sources. So 100, I max them out. Oh, and then, hey, Michael Proctor. The rest is part of the books and stuff. Okay. These 3 are public. So if anyone is I can share them right now. They're about to change though. So I will figure that out. All right. So what we're going to do. So anyway, Deb, you said that you need this program. It's free. If you're logged into Google, it's right here. I just rearranged my favorites, so it's here. But if you can't find it, just scroll down there. Okay. You have it. It's free. We are going to start with the staircase incident. So now I know that, or one of you lovely, dear, beautiful friends told me that it was actually Natalie that turned the lights off. The information for this stairwell thing, the case information, is from one of probably 400. There are so many police reports. These 2, anyway, these 2 had plenty of incidents with the law. So a report got done. The woman's dad was hounding, and I mean that with all due respect, as you would, the detective to be someone solved this. My daughter was sober and the designated driver, and she fell down the stairs Anyway, we are going to start with that because what that created, well, you're going to see what it created. If you've already listened to it, we're going to do it again. If you would like to skip that part, then fast forward. And we're going to listen to the pressure cooker that became the 100-mile-an-hour crash. Through that, we'll watch the video and I will pull up the PDFs. And then we're going to go from there. I also have a lot of the questions that I see. If I don't answer you, don't worry. It's not because I don't love you. It's because I'm like grabbing, or even statements. Like some people will say something, you know, like I'm Jamie. I'm just going to use you as an example. Like, oh, check out the Toyota report. And so then I start working on it. So I can show you my list of ongoing questions. And that's kind of how it's going to go tonight. We're going to start with number 1. And the reason I named it number 1 was because it was 6 months. Well, it was New Year's Eve. They died on the 30th of July. So it was 6 months prior to the accident. This is what creates the environment for a shit show. It was a pressure cooker. So we are going to watch this together. And then we are going to talk it out. All of our questions, we're going to figure it out. And there are no such thing as dumb questions. I am really open to the only thing. Well, if there's any trolls, if there are any of our mods in here, feel free to just, and there's no timeout, just block them. I don't even play. Okay. This thing is on. I don't want to blow it. I know you're at work. Some of you guys are at work. So I'm just going to see.
I want you to,
okay, that's too loud. I'm just going to turn it down a little bit so no one's ears are blown off. If you need to turn it up or you need me to turn it up, let me know.
picture a scene for me. And I really.
Okay. And then, don't worry, I know you guys can't see this. I'm just getting it all set up because you're flying Con Air and I want you to be as comfortable as possible. All right. Is it just me? Or is the time flipping around? Oh, no, that's real. That's very true. Yes, the time is. Hello, everyone. Okay. All right. We are going to start watching this. I'm going to make myself smaller. For some reason, I think that is a hilarious. Oh, wait until you guys see what. Anyway, I'll show you. Okay. So we're going to, I'm going to come back and check on the sound. If anyone's having any problems with sound, let me know. Now that.
I want you to,
Yeah. Cool. Okay. And if the sound's okay, then.
agonizing seconds before the impact, the accelerator pedal is just pinned flat against the floorboard.
Well, 4 whole seconds.
Yeah, 4 seconds.
Right.
The vehicle's data recorder.
Okay, good. It sounds too loud on my end too. All right, good. I can fix that.
Registers absolutely zero pressure on the brakes.
Nothing at all.
Nothing. No hesitation, no correction at all. Just a direct catastrophic kinetic transfer right into that brick wall.
It's just an image of absolute finality. You know, when you examine vehicular data of that nature, you're not just looking at a mechanical failure or like a momentary lapse in judgment.
Right.
You're looking at a deliberate, sustained commitment to extreme speed.
Yeah.
Literally right up to the millisecond, the vehicle ceases to exist in its functional form.
And this is the July 2022 Strongsville crash.
Yeah, it is.
It's the impact that took the lives of 2 teenagers, Dominic Russo and Davian Flanagan, and resulted in a life sentence for the driver, Mackenzie Shirilla.
It's such a heavy case.
It really is. And if you followed true crime or, watch documentaries like Netflix's The Crash, you probably know this exact moment.
Sure, yeah.
The media has just scrutinized those final 4 seconds with a microscope. But for today's deep dive, we are pivoting entirely.
We really need to.
Yeah, we're rewinding the clock 6 months prior to that brick wall. Our mission today is to unpack a highly specific, chilling precursor to this tragedy.
The New Year's Eve stairwell incident.
Exactly. The incident involving a teenage girl named Kendall.
Because we have to shift our focus from the physical crash to the psychological groundwork that made that crash possible in the first place.
Right, because cars don't just end up embedded in walls at that speed in a vacuum.
No, they don't. We're going to examine the gruesome reality of Kendall's fall down a flight of stairs, the immediate orchestrated cover-up by the people in that house, and how this deeply toxic code of silence ultimately manufactured this environment of unchecked recklessness.
We're tracing a psychological domino effect here.
Exactly.
I mean, think about it. Have you ever told a small lie, maybe at work, to cover up a mistake, and suddenly you find yourself having to construct 3 larger lies just to maintain the structural integrity of the first one?
Oh, absolutely. The anxiety just multiplies.
It does. Now, take that everyday human impulse to avoid trouble, inject it with the intense insular pressure of teenage social dynamics, and just multiply the stakes by 1,000.
It's a recipe for disaster.
It really is. We are looking at a scenario where the fear of getting caught doing something minor completely overrides the fundamental human instinct to, save life.
You're hitting on a crucial mechanism there. It's a process of moral erosion.
Moral erosion, right?
Yeah, because when a group successfully removes accountability from a life or death equation, and they survive without facing
They
consequence.
don't feel relief, do they?
No, they don't feel relief at all. They feel invulnerable.
Yeah.
The boundaries of what is acceptable behavior just evaporate, and the group's internal compass resets to a much darker true north.
God, that's chilling. So the geography of the story starts at 2150 Lund Road.
Right.
It's New Year's Eve, transitioning from 2021 into 2022. Dominic Russo is renting this house from his mother.
And his girlfriend, Mackenzie Shirella, is hosting the party.
Yeah. And let's be clear, this is not a quiet gathering.
No, not at all.
It is an underage drinking and drug party, and the environment is entirely overwhelmed.
The physical environment plays a massive role in the psychology of what happens next, actually.
How so?
Well, based on the statements collected by investigators from the teenagers who were there, the house is packed way beyond its capacity.
Like shoulder to shoulder.
Exactly. It's suffocatingly hot. The noise level is just chaotic. You have dozens of teenagers crammed into this suburban space, creating a sensory overload.
Which definitely heightens anxiety and impairs clear decision making.
Oh, 100%.
So navigating through this dense, chaotic crowd is Kendall Schulte. She's attending the party with her best friend, Karina Hanat.
Right.
Now, Kendall's role that night is vital to understand. She is the designated driver.
Which tells us a lot about her baseline responsibility, I think.
Yeah, she's not participating in the heavy intoxication happening all around her.
Right. Over the entire course of the evening, she consumes 1 White Claw, 1 Red Bull energy drink, and takes a single hit of marijuana very early in the night.
So she's totally clear-headed by this point.
Yeah, the investigative consensus is that she is completely lucid, unimpaired, and taking her responsibility to drive her friend home very seriously.
But her phone is acting as this tether to a very stressful reality outside the party.
Her mom, right?
Yes, her mother is texting her, and these aren't just casual check-ins.
No, they're intense.
The police reports detail a rapid-fire string of demanding texts. Her mother is ordering Kendall to come home immediately, carrying the ultimate teenage threat,
Showing up.
Exactly. If Kendall does not leave right now, her mother is going to drive to Lund Road, walk through the front door, and personally shut the entire party down.
Just consider the intense psychological pressure that places on a teenager.
It's got to be massive.
It is. The teenage brain, specifically the limbic system, which processes social dynamics and fear of peer rejection, is highly active at that age.
And the prefrontal cortex, which handles logical risk assessment, is still developing.
Exactly. So for Kendall, the immediate overwhelming threat is the social annihilation of having her furious mother kick down the door of Dominic Russo's party.
Right. Her singular focus just becomes executing a rapid exit strategy.
She just wants to get out of there.
So she tells her friends they need to leave the absolute second the ball drops at midnight. She volunteers to go gather their coats. And to do this, she has to navigate from the basement up to the main floor. The architecture of this house is critical here. These are not like standard carpeted stairs.
No, they are steep, unforgiving wooden stairs. And more dangerously, they're capped with sharp metal edges on each tread.
Ugh, just hearing that makes me wince.
Right. It is a rigid, hostile piece of architecture if you happen to lose your footing.
And we have a precise eyewitness account of what happens next from a girl named Taylor Irwine.
Taylor is right there.
Yeah, Taylor is watching as Kendall reaches the top landing of the stairs. Right at the edge, Kendall drops an item. The consensus is that she dropped her cell phone.
And this is where physics just takes over.
Yeah.
Kendall bends over to retrieve the phone. And in that simple, everyday motion, she loses her balance.
Oh, man.
Her center of gravity pitches too far forward past the edge of the top step. And unable to catch herself, she falls head first, tumbling down the entire steep flight of wooden, metal-edged stairs.
God, the sensory details of the aftermath are deeply traumatic.
It's horrific.
Emily Moore is standing down in the basement when Kendall falls. Emily hears the impact.
She hears everything.
She hears Kendall strike the drywall of the stairwell first, and then she hears the brutal final impact of Kendall's skull hitting the concrete floor of the basement.
Concrete. Just brutal.
The sound and the immediate visual are so viscerally horrifying that Emily runs out of the house and physically vomits in the yard from pure shock.
When a human skull strikes concrete with the kinetic energy of a full flight of stairs behind it, I mean, the physical trauma is immediate and catastrophic.
It's not just a bump on the head.
No. Dominic Russo is one of the first people to reach her at the bottom of the stairs.
And what he says later is just graphic.
Yeah, his own description to others later on is that he finds Kendall leaking from her face.
Leaking. God.
She is bleeding profusely from her nasal cavity. The tissue around her eye is rapidly swelling, shutting the eye completely.
And most alarmingly, she's actively gurgling blood.
Which is terrifying. Dominic has to physically support her head just to prevent her from aspirating and drowning in her own fluids.
It is a devastating collision of adolescent chaos and raw biology. A teenager is bleeding out on a concrete floor. The music is likely still thumping upstairs, you know.
Yeah, the party's still going.
And here is where we have to fundamentally analyze human nature.
Absolutely.
Because when sudden, violent trauma enters a room, the first 5 minutes of the reaction reveal the absolute core priorities of the people present.
Right, because medical protocol in this scenario is universally understood, even by lay people.
Right. Don't move them.
Exactly. When you witness a severe head and neck trauma, the primary objective is stabilization. You do not move the patient.
Because moving a patient with a compromised cervical spine can literally sever the spinal cord.
Or exacerbate intracranial hemorrhaging if they have a traumatic brain injury. You protect the neck, you monitor breathing, and you immediately call 911 to get paramedics on the scene.
But the reaction at Lund Road abandons every instinct of care. Total dangerous chaos takes over.
It's beyond chaos.
And this is where we have to aggressively dismantle the narrative that this was just quote-unquote teenage panic.
Yeah.
Because panic is freezing up when you see blood. Panic is screaming and not knowing what to do. What happens next is a highly active, incredibly dangerous series of choices.
The teenagers surrounding Kendall begin to physically manipulate her battered body.
Which is the worst thing they could do.
It is. They're grabbing her shoulders and shaking her. They're slapping her face, yelling at her to wake up.
Slapping a girl with a fractured skull.
Yes. This physical agitation is the worst possible action you can take with a patient suffering a severe TBI.
And then they make a decision that elevates the situation from negligent to actively reckless.
They try to move her.
They attempt to physically drag her limp, unconscious body up those same steep wooden stairs.
Think about the physical exertion required to drag dead weight up a steep incline like that.
It takes coordination. It takes sustained effort.
It's not a split-second panic move.
No. They are hauling a girl with a fractured skull up metal-edged steps. And they're doing this for one chilling reason, right? The birth of the code of silence.
Because the overriding priority in that house abruptly shifts.
Saving Kendall Schultz's life is demoted.
Yes. The primary objective becomes preventing the police from discovering an underage drinking party.
It is a brutal calculation.
They recognize that if they call an ambulance, paramedics will enter the home. And if paramedics enter a house filled with incapacitated minors, they're going to dispatch law enforcement.
So to sever the connection between the medical emergency and their illegal activity, they physically remove the evidence.
The evidence being their dying friend.
Exactly. They carry Kendall out of the house, out into the freezing reality of a Midwestern New Year's Eve, and they deposit her in a gravel driveway next to a parked car.
Just dumping her outside.
They dump her outside to wait for the medics. Leaving her in the gravel is like putting a dirty Band-Aid on an arterial bleed, you know?
Yeah, they hid the immediate ugly truth from the cops, but beneath the surface, the rot of this cover-up just started multiplying.
Because once she is outside, the exodus begins. Dozens of teenagers look at this girl, their peer, bleeding from her face in the freezing gravel, and they just vanish.
They just scatter.
They evaporate into the night to save themselves from a minor citation.
It is a textbook example of the diffusion of responsibility, commonly known as the bystander effect, but weaponized by self-interest.
Everyone assumes someone else will handle the dying girl, while their personal priority is just escaping legal scrutiny.
But the most revealing behavior happens back inside the house with Dominic Russo.
Yes. Dominic, the host, the person who was just holding Kendall's head to keep her from choking on blood, goes into a full tactical lockdown.
A total lockdown.
Paramedics arrive at the gravel driveway. They recognize the critical nature of the traumatic brain injury and immediately summon the Strongsville police to investigate how a girl ended up near death on this property.
Right, because paramedics have to report that.
Exactly. And when the police walk up to the front door of 2150 Lunn Road and knock, Dominic does not answer.
He does the exact opposite of cooperating.
He ensures every door is deadbolted.
Yeah, he systematically moves through the house and extinguishes every single light.
He plunges the house into darkness and sits in silence, completely stonewalling the police investigation while paramedics load Kendall into an ambulance outside.
This is why I refuse to call this panic. A panic attack does not systematically check deadbolts and flip light switches.
No, this is a hostage situation of the truth.
Yeah, he is sitting in the dark, listening to the sirens outside, knowing his guest is fighting for her life, and his entire cognitive load is dedicated to making sure an officer does not cross his threshold.
It's a terrifying level of calculation.
It establishes a definitive hierarchy of values for this group.
What do you mean?
Well, value 1 is the protection of the collective from legal consequences. Value 2 is the preservation of human life.
Wow. And they chose value 1.
By choosing value 1, Dominic and the remaining inner circle forge a psychological bond. It's not a bond of friendship.
No, it's a bond forged in the crucible of a shared dark secret.
Exactly.
But there's one agonizing exception to this mass abandonment, isn't there? One teenager stays behind in the gravel to speak with the authorities.
Davian Flanagan.
The visual evidence of Davian's choice is striking.
It really is. When police officers illuminate him with their flashlights in the driveway, they document a massive blood stain soaking the shoulder of his white shirt.
That's Kendall's blood.
Yes. It was transferred when he was physically supporting her head.
He didn't run when the sirens approached. He stayed to provide what information he could.
The tragedy of Davian is almost too heavy to process, honestly.
It really is. He is the one person in this narrative who demonstrates basic human empathy. He stays in the freezing cold with a bleeding girl.
And 6 months later, he is the passenger who is killed when Mackenzie Shirla drives into the brick wall.
It's just devastating. It highlights the lethal danger of remaining tethered to a social ecosystem that operates on fundamentally corrupted principles.
Yeah, Davian's instincts were humane, but he remained within a peer group that had already demonstrated a willingness to sacrifice a life to save their own skin.
So we have to look at the medical reality of what Kendall endured, because the severity of her injuries really underscores the sheer callousness of the cover-up.
The injuries are extensive.
We know these details directly from her father, Jason Schutte, who maintained close contact with the lead investigator, Detective Andrew Bartlett.
Right.
Kendall does not just have a concussion, she is admitted to the intensive care unit and placed in a medically induced coma for 2 full weeks.
The radiological findings are just devastating. She sustains multiple complex fractures across her facial structure.
And a skull fracture, right?
Yes, a severe basilar skull fracture. The trauma to her brain causes rapid, critical intracranial hemorrhaging.
The bleeding inside her skull.
Right? The swelling inside her closed skull is so immense that neurosurgeons have to operate to relieve the pressure before it literally crushes her brainstem.
God. She spends 14 days on the absolute precipice of death.
And when she finally regains consciousness, the trauma has wiped her neurological hard drive.
She has no memory of it.
Dense retrograde amnesia regarding the event. She remembers nothing.
So put yourself in Detective Andrew Bartlett's office. Think about the investigative nightmare sitting on his desk.
Oh, it's a mess. He has a teenage girl in a coma who cannot testify.
He has a terrified, furious father demanding accountability.
And he has a crime scene that was deliberately compromised, locked down, and plunged into darkness by a hostile witness.
Right. An investigator relies on the immediate preservation of a scene and the spontaneous statements of witnesses.
But because Dominic stonewalled the police that night, That critical window for evidence collection closed.
Detective Bartlett couldn't examine the stairs, photograph the basement, or, separate and interview the teenagers before they had time to align their stories.
Dominic's lockdown successfully created a massive vacuum of truth.
And if there's a universal law of human psychology, it's that nature abhors a vacuum.
Always.
When you deliberately manufacture silence, the human mind will inherently fill that void with the darkest, most sensational narrative available.
Because an accident is senseless, but malice gives a tragedy meaning.
Exactly. The Code of Silence birthed a massive, uncontrollable rumor mill throughout their high school.
And the dominant narrative that takes hold is that Mackenzie Shirilla deliberately pushed Kendall Schultz down those stairs.
That rumor propagates with incredible speed and conviction.
It's not just idle gossip among acquaintances either. It penetrates their immediate inner circle.
Right. A close friend of the group, identified as Houston, is documented openly stating his genuine belief that Mackenzie maliciously shoved Kendall.
The vacuum of information was so absolute that even their closest confidants assumed the absolute worst.
But look at the mechanics of why that rumor was so believable. Their own calculated cover-up engineered it.
Oh, completely.
If a girl simply trips and falls, you call 911, you leave the lights on, and you show the police the stairs.
Hiding her body in the gravel and locking the doors mirrors the exact behavioral profile of people concealing a violent crime.
By trying to hide a minor drinking violation, they made themselves look guilty of attempted murder.
The optics of their self-preservation were just damning.
And it takes the police 5 exhaustive months to pierce the veil of this silence.
It isn't until May of 2022 that Detective Bartlett finally secures the definitive interview with Taylor Irwine, the eyewitness who confirms Kendall dropped her phone and fell accidentally.
But for 5 whole months, that group lived under the heavy paranoid cloud of a suspected violent crime.
It's wild to think about that pressure.
But the police investigation is only half the story. The psychological fallout happening behind closed doors between Dominic and Mackenzie is where the story pivots from tragic to deeply, profoundly disturbing.
Yeah, this is where it gets really dark.
We have access to the text messages exchanged between Dominic and Mackenzie in January 2022. And I want you to keep the timeline crystal clear in your mind. While these texts are being sent, Kendall Schultz is lying in the ICU in a coma with a fractured skull.
While Kendall's family is enduring a waking nightmare, Dominic and Mackenzie are engaged in cold, tactical strategy.
Dominic takes on the role of the architect of the cover-up.
He actively coaches Mackenzie via text on how to handle potential police interrogation.
He explicitly instructs her to, quote, control the narrative.
He is providing a blueprint for perjury. He tells Mackenzie exactly what to say to the authorities.
He specifically directs her to lie about the home security system, too.
Yes, instructing her to claim that the cameras at 2150 Lund Road were not recording the stairwell area at the time of the fall.
He is meticulously sealing the cracks in their wall of silence.
It just demonstrates a staggering lack of empathy.
But the alliance they form is incredibly unstable, isn't it?
Highly unstable. They're united against the police, but the pressure of the secret begins to corrode their relationship from the inside.
Mackenzie begins to weaponize the stairwell incident against Dominic.
During their personal arguments, when she feels she's losing control, she threatens to release, quote, pics of the stairs.
She threatens to march into the police station and expose the entire cover-up simply to blackmail him into submission.
This is coercive control in its purest form.
She is taking the near-fatal trauma of another human being and reducing it to a bargaining chip in a teenage dispute.
She is using the violence of Kendall's injuries as a rhetorical weapon.
And we have to look closely at one specific, terrifying text message Mackenzie sends to Dominic during this window. She types the words, "I would push that girl down the steps."
We really have to analyze the psychology of that statement.
Whether she typed it in a fit of anger, or as a dark, twisted joke, or as a literal threat, the implication is the same.
The catastrophic violence of New Year's Eve has become normalized in her vocabulary.
The trauma is no longer a horrific accident to be mourned. It is ammunition.
It's been completely absorbed into the toxic dynamic of the relationship.
So let's examine the structure of this relationship now, because wait, they aren't just hiding from the cops. They are holding this girl's near-death experience over each other's heads as leverage.
Yes, that's exactly what they're doing.
It functions exactly like mutually assured destruction during the Cold War. You have 2 volatile entities bound together by a dark secret, and they both have their fingers resting on the nuclear button.
If one goes down, they both go down.
Right.
But the difference is that mutually assured destruction relied on the premise of rational actors who wanted to avoid annihilation.
And teenagers are not rational actors.
Especially teenagers trapped in a toxic cycle of blackmail. The code of silence did not act as a shield to protect them from the outside world.
It acted as a pressure cooker, trapping them in an environment where threats, manipulation, and the active concealment of evidence became their standard operating procedure for navigating reality.
Which brings us to the ultimate fatal convergence.
Yes, we have to map the direct cultural line from the New Year's Eve cover-up in January to the brick wall in July.
The cast of characters does not change.
The key players in the vehicle are the exact same key players from the house. Mackenzie Shirilla is the driver. Dominic Russo and Davey M. Flanagan are the passengers.
To understand the crash, you must understand the psychological shift that occurred within this triad after New Year's Eve.
Look at the data points from their perspective, you know? They hosted an illegal gathering, a peer suffered a catastrophic near-fatal injury, they callously mishandled her body.
They successfully stonewalled a police investigation.
They lied about physical evidence, they engaged in mutual blackmail.
And the result? Nothing.
Nothing. They faced zero legal, social, or parental consequences.
They survived a disaster of massive proportions entirely unscathed.
It is the normalization of deviance.
Which is a concept usually applied to things like the Challenger space shuttle disaster, where a group gets away with bending the safety rules so many times that the dangerous behavior becomes the new normal.
For Mackenzie and Dominic, they built a proven template for escaping accountability. They learned on a visceral level that the rules of society do not apply to them as long as they hold the line and keep the secret.
When you systematically remove the fear of consequences, psychological boundaries evaporate.
The internal warning system that tells you a behavior is too dangerous is dismantled.
The recklessness doesn't just continue, it escalates. It becomes a core defining feature of the group's identity.
They view themselves as untouchable.
And that untouchable mentality manifests physically in a vehicle in July.
Mackenzie Shirilla is behind the wheel. She accelerates a 2-ton machine to 100 miles per hour on a commercial street, aiming it directly at a brick wall.
The telemetry data extracted from the vehicle's computer system provides the chilling mechanical truth of their psychology.
For the final 4 seconds prior to impact, which at that speed equates to traveling nearly 600 feet, the accelerator pedal is pushed 100% to the floor.
There is no braking. There's no swerving.
It's a 4-second window of absolute unyielding commitment to the extreme danger they've placed themselves in.
It is the terminal synthesis of this entire story.
This crash was not a random anomaly. It was not a sudden, inexplicable moment of teenage madness happening in a vacuum.
No, it was the ultimate physical escalation of a culture that was born in the dark on those steep wooden stairs 6 months earlier.
The behavioral patterns established on New Year's Eve, the code of silence, the toxic blackmail, the prioritization of self-preservation over the sanctity of human life, it systematically stripped away their survival instincts.
They built a psychological highway that led directly into that brick wall.
The car was just the final mechanism.
It forces you to confront a deeply unsettling hypothetical.
Right. Imagine if the Strongsville police had the legal authority to kick down the door of 2150 Lund Road that night on New Year's Eve.
Or imagine if the teenagers had simply abandoned their self-preservation, left the lights on, told the truth immediately, and taken the underage drinking charges.
If they had faced the music in January, would that intervention have broken the cycle? Did the overwhelming, quote-unquote, success of the stairwell cover-up directly cause the fatal crash in July?
It is the most painful paradox of this tragedy.
Yeah.
By successfully evading the minor legal and social consequences on New Year's Eve, they guaranteed the ultimate irreversible consequence in July.
The intervention they fought so hard to avoid was the exact intervention that would have disrupted their toxic momentum and likely saved their lives.
Well, let's pull back and look at the sheer devastating arc of this timeline.
A teenage girl nearly dies on a staircase. Instead of rendering aid, her peers prioritize their own convenience, hide her battered body in the freezing gravel, and lock out the authorities.
They then take that trauma, weaponize it, and use it as blackmail fodder in a deeply toxic relationship.
That toxicity ferments, untested and unchecked, growing more volatile until it literally crashes into a wall at 100 miles per hour, destroying multiple families in the process.
It serves as a profoundly dark case study in group dynamics, the rapid erosion of empathy, and the true hidden cost of evading accountability.
The choices they made in the shadows on New Year's Eve dictated the terms of how they would live for the next 6 months.
And tragically, dictated the exact manner in which they would die.
It requires us to deeply re-examine the concept of loyalty. From a young age, we are taught that keeping our friends' secrets is the ultimate badge of honor. It's the highest currency in social relationships.
But when a group engineers a rigid code of silence primarily to protect themselves from accountability, they are not building a protective shield.
They are building a pressure cooker.
Exactly. When you seal a vessel and apply the heat of guilt, blackmail, and unchecked recklessness, the pressure has to go somewhere.
Ask yourself, does an absolute code of silence ever actually protect a group in the long run? Or does it merely guarantee that when the structural failure finally happens, everyone is caught in the lethal radius of the blast?
Right. Okay, so that was part one. That was setting the foundation for part two. The part two is the part, like, I listened to it at least 2 or 3 times, and I just listening to this one again, the similarities, yeah, we don't speak ill of the dead because that's just an unspoken rule. Although saying the similarities between Brian Albert and John O'Keefe right here, I feel like are okay. And I know that Plunder, I'm sure AG Tactical did the Plunder thing with I know you guys, some of you guys have seen it. But the information that we have is what the police have. So that's what was written in a report. And trust me, the local reports are no feds. We have the difference. Or I put both the feds together. Anyway, the point is that that was tough. Anyway, and I also feel like Detective Awesome called Kendall's parents, and she said she didn't want to speak. So then that raises a few questions for me. Like, why wouldn't, I mean, I don't know. I have more questions. I was trying to find the question sheet that I have, but I think what we could go through the Dominic texts, or we could just listen to number 2. Let me see what's going on here. Oh yeah, Jamie, Bobby, thanks for the super chat. Oh, my heart beats still. Jamie, I agree about the amnesia thing. I think you're right. And if this is making you feel ill, we should put on the prayer. Oh, I printed them. I have the prayers. I printed them today. Deb, you or anyone, you can go to your library, your local library, and they'll print stuff for you. Well, ours do. I'm in the boondocks, though. All right. If she was dreaming, Shay Murphy, yeah, those are not relationship goals, especially if you're only 22. But don't downplay it, because just because your meat suit is only 22, you're an old soul. All of us in my experience, everyone that's here right now during this time are all old souls. This is not our first rodeo. Yeah, what's wrong with them? Yeah. So if you want to get more pissed, we can read the text. We can skip it. We've done it. But now with this context, the texts are different. They just hit different. They never let anyone come in and take pictures of the stairs. They never got the stairs. So, all right, I'm going to jump down to the bottom, see where we are. Should we just, yeah, I think that's what I think too. I think there's a reason she didn't want to talk. I left as soon as I got bad. Okay. I didn't realize I didn't realize that either. Miss plays for fun. So I have not seen the Plunder, or yeah, it must be Plunder, that body cam. I have not seen it. I've seen little clips. I know a few of our friends in here have seen it. What that information is, if you know what Notebook LM is, this is my Notebook LM, and it's free. It's connected to your Google. I put mine right there. Let's do, this is the Kendall thing. Okay. Let me make sure you guys can. So this is what it looks like on the inside. I've reached let me make sure. Okay, you guys can see this. Oh, yeah, I agree with that comment, Deb, 100%. this is the stairwell. These are the police reports. So I literally dumped them in because I just did. Anyway. I can remove some of these because there's room for others. Anyway, so like I'll ask questions and it's just pulling off of the, so like this, if you're just listening and you're not watching, don't worry about it. These are questions that I started based on either us or I saw in the comments. Like in one of the jail calls, Mackenzie asks her mom, or she says something like, yeah, Paul said that Dom wasn't with me at 5. And I just keep wondering where, oh, okay, where was Dom? So I want to know where Dom was at 5 because the crash happened at 5:30 or something. What I also want to know is why well, I'm guessing this has to do with the outside sales. Fat Jojo donating money to the GoFundMe accounts on the police radar. They have screenshots of Fat Jojo donating $5,000 to each one of their GoFundMes. And I don't know, why do the police care? Like, we knew that this case was bigger than a little car accident. We have the U.S. Marshal agents and DEA. The woman on TikTok, I agreed with some of her comments. And if you haven't seen that, the overall premise is that the feds were involved because they were in the middle of a federal investigation when Mackenzie drove into a brick wall. And Dom, and if you know the 9-minute videos, there's like 3 9-minute videos or something that Dominic takes of Mackenzie going really psycho. William Ellis is the guy's name. I'll show you a picture of William Ellis. He went to jail. So Dominic went and got the phone or had control of his property. And he was recording himself while Mackenzie was talking. That was submitted later. And what this woman on TikTok thinks is that William Ellis and Dominic Rousseau were the main targets of the federal investigation. I don't know. What did Bubba take from Davion's room? Was a gun really buried in Paul's backyard? And who's Jacob? One of the answers that I got was that Jacob was one of the paramedics. But I felt like Mackenzie in those jail calls has made a few comments about a Jacob. And so I just had questions. So, oh, and why wasn't Nina interviewed? So there were 7 people at this party. Bubba, his girlfriend, Rosie. Oh, her dad. If anyone can find any evidence that her dad's actually A, in law enforcement, or B, a chief, I could not find anything other than hearsay. But I couldn't find. Don't you think that would be like easy to Google? Anyway, I couldn't find it. If you do, please let me know. Bubba, Rosie, Dom, Davian, Mackenzie, Nina, and Paul. Yeah, there's our 7. So why didn't Nina get interviewed? I have questions. Like, that's a serious question. And maybe I'm missing it, or maybe I missed it. And I'm open to, like, I can't learn if I don't know, you know? I love learning. So if anyone knows the answer to any of those questions, but I have a whole list of questions. One of our friends, Jamie, was it you? Or it might have been, I don't know who it was. Someone's been asking questions, and I've just been, like, throwing them on this thing. So then to create an audio, you just press this. Okay, now that you guys know where we are going to listen. I left as soon as I got bad. Do you have that police report of her accident? Yes, Deb, great question. The thing is I do. The other thing is it's part of a 300 police report drop. I don't know where the exact one is. But I do know, I mean, I guess what I could do is just start going through them in here. Some of them are a little bit, sometimes the Russos have a little bit more skeletons in the closet that I am not really interested in airing. Like, that's not really my thing. So what I can do while we are watching this other one, I'm guessing that the police report is somewhere in here. And because that's where this information pulled. So I can. Okay. I don't want to, like, let's just say that none of these people are squeaky clean, and that's fine. I don't really, like, I'm not here to judge. But yes, we do have the police report. I just don't know which one it is. So what we're going to do now is move on to the pretzel, the real metaphysical sacrifice one. Okay, so this one, if you want me to pause it while we are going through it, just let me know. I'm going to watch the comments, but I'm also going to look for that police report. There are so many police reports, and I haven't actually read any of them except for the feds, because I have a bias against for the feds compared to local cops. It's like, it's exactly what you expect. So does that sound like a good idea for you guys? All right, Ella. Okay. Oops, I have to go down here. Kate. It's in the hearing transcripts. It mentions Rosie's dad being a retired chief, and it mentions Nina having nothing to say to the LE. Oh, thank you, legally guilty, factually innocent. Oh, okay. Oh, I have the clips. One thing I do want to is they put the suspected sex offenses on the back burner. I did see that, and I have a screenshot of it on my other screen. Oh, and Deb, who's Peggy? Oh, she works with me. If there's something that happens that you guys can't hear it once it starts, let me know. But I think I fixed it by having two screens. So, all right, let's do this then. It's in the hearing transcripts. Awesome. Thinks legally guilty. Then it's in this FOIA drop, I'm guessing. Oh, about her dad. Okay. So this is the thing that does not help my thoughts of this being a psyop. Is it's literally, I could not find it anywhere. I couldn't even find a background check for Rosie, which to me, red flag. But I found Bubba's, I found Paul's, I found Nina's, I found Tyler's. I could not find Rosie's. And she does have 1.5 million people following her on YouTube. So do I need to start working out every day? No, I'm just kidding. All right, there we are. I think Rosie's dad is really her stepdad, maybe. Okay, good. That makes sense. Then I can find her background. Okay, cool. So let's do, this is like the esoteric part. This is the part we're going to talk out. But now that we have the foundation of what was creating this pressure cooker, we can understand it. Let me know on the volume. Please fly comfortably, grab a drink. Where are you guys coming from? You're on Con Air now. Please put your tray tables down. It's time to party. All right, we're going to listen to this guy.
I want you to picture a scene. It is the early hours of Sunday, July 31st, 2022.
Right.
A dark silence is just, draping over the suburb of Strongsville, Ohio. It's that profound, almost heavy quiet where the world is entirely asleep.
Just completely still.
Exactly. There's no traffic, no ambient noise, just the stillness of a late summer night. And then at exactly 5:36 a.m., that silence is completely obliterated.
Yeah.
A Toyota Camry tears through a dogleg intersection. It is traveling at 100 miles per hour. It doesn't brake. It doesn't swerve at all.
Nothing.
It just impacts the solid press wall of the POADCO building at 11792 Alameda Drive with this, thunderous, catastrophic boom. And inside that crushed, twisted metal are three teenagers.
And only the driver survives.
Right. Only the driver survives. Now, if you are, say, reading the police reports or watching the local news or listening to a standard true crime breakdown, this is the point where we start talking about tire marks.
Yeah, or blood alcohol levels.
Exactly. Teenage recklessness. The corporeal world looks at this and sees a catastrophic traffic accident, right? Mm-hmm. A horrific failure of judgment.
But our stack of sources today does something entirely different.
Completely different.
We are looking at a deep, esoteric analysis of this event. And according to the metaphysical texts, the Akashic records, and the occult forensic data we're exploring today, This was not an
It
accident.
wasn't a joyride gone wrong.
Not at all. It was a meticulously negotiated soul contract and a highly calculated ritualistic mission of death.
Welcome to another deep dive. Today we are asking you to step entirely past the visible world, past the standard explanations, and look at the actual metaphysical architecture of a tragedy.
Because the parameters of our analysis today require a complete shift in perspective, like an absolute shift.
Yeah.
To understand the true nature of the Strongsville collision, we have to look through the lens of the Akashic Records.
And for those who might be unfamiliar, think of the Akashic Records as the energetic database of the universe, right?
Yeah.
Like a multidimensional ledger that records every thought, intent, and soul contract ever made.
That's a great way to describe it. And what the records reveal about this event is genuinely chilling.
Yeah, it really is.
This crash was an archetypal sacrifice. It was a ritual designed and executed by an individual operating as a black magician who utilized incredibly dark occult tools to force a permanent trauma bond.
A permanent trauma bond. I mean, the result wasn't just a physical collision. It was a mandatory recalibration of reality for everyone involved, like a violent tearing of the cosmic fabric.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's unpack this, because the idea that a car crash in an Ohio suburb
Yeah.
is actually a ritualistic sacrifice orchestrated by a teenager acting as a black magician, that is a massive paradigm shift.
Oh, it completely flips reality on its head.
It does. I am genuinely so fascinated to peel back the 3D reality here and look at the esoteric machinery operating underneath. It's like pulling the casing off a watch to see all these invisible gears turning perfectly in sync.
Right.
But before we get to the magic, the spells and the psychology of the driver,
Yeah.
we need to understand the board this game was played on. Because rituals of this magnitude don't just happen on a whim, right?
No, never.
They're built on a very specific foundation.
They require absolute precision. In occult frameworks, time and location are never accidental.
Never.
They are the exact coordinates of manifestation. When you perform a ritual, you are attempting to pull energy from the ether and force it into physical reality.
Mhm.
To do that, you need a blueprint.
And the exact forensic and geographical facts of this crash form that geometric blueprint.
Yes. Let's look at the timing first.
Okay.
The collision occurred at 5:36 a.m. on a Sunday. According to the Rite of the Black Dragon, which is a major magical undertaking of this exact type, a specific structure is required.
Wait, the Rite of the Black Dragon.
Yeah, it's a very specific, dark, esoteric rite. And the ritual, the actual execution of the intent, must commence on a Sunday.
Why Sunday specifically?
Because Sunday represents the sun. It's the ultimate source of outward radiating power, making it the absolute most potent day for forcing an outcome into the visible world.
Wow. Okay, and the date itself is a massive key here too.
Yeah.
The crash happened on July 31st, 2022. Now, I know in standard investigations, a date is just a date. It's just when things happen.
Right.
But in the sources we are looking at today, dates carry specific energetic weight.
Yes, this is where we have to delve into numerological signature analysis, because in esoteric traditions, numbers are not just, symbols for counting.
Right.
They are literal frequencies of energy. So to find the frequency of a specific day, you reduce the date to a single digit.
Okay, so we take 7312022,
Yep, you add those numbers together. So 7 plus 3 plus 1 plus 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 2.
which equals 17.
Exactly. Then you reduce that further. 1 plus 7 gives us an 8. The number 8 is the frequency of manifestation. It's executive power, infinity. It is the number of raw kinetic karma.
So, if I'm understanding this correctly, an 8-day is like an energetic amplifier.
Basically, yeah.
Like whatever energy, whatever intent you bring to the table on an 8-day, the universe doesn't just receive it, it magnifies it and forces it into physical reality with extreme prejudice.
That is exactly the mechanism. An 8-day takes the abstract and makes it violently concrete.
Okay.
Now, we have to look at what specific energy was brought to that 8-day. So we look at the driver, Mackenzie Shirella. Based on her birth year of 2004, her soul was operating on a 6 frequency.
A 6 frequency. What does that mean in numerology?
In numerology, the number 6 represents domestic karma.
Okay.
It is the frequency of the home, of caregiving, of deep interpersonal relationships, and the responsibility to balance those connections.
Right.
Now, a healed 6 frequency is deeply nurturing, but Mackenzie's 6 frequency was profoundly unhealed.
Which means her desire for connection was warped into a desire for possession.
Precisely. An unhealed 6 seeks total control over its domestic sphere to soothe its own internal chaos.
Wow.
So ask yourself, What happens when a soul carrying an unhealed volatile 6 frequency of desperate domestic control encounters an 8 manifestation day?
I mean,
The result is the absolute weaponization of emotion.
that is such a vivid way to describe it. It makes me think of dropping a highly combustible, unstable fuel, which is that unhealed 6 frequency, that raw, desperate emotion, into a high performance engine, which is the 8-day,
Yeah.
and then just dropping a brick on the accelerator. You are mathematically guaranteeing an explosion.
The environment literally can't handle the reaction.
But the environment itself was chosen too, right? The crash happened at a very specific place.
Yeah.
11792 Alameda Drive. How does a street address factor into a magical blueprint?
Well, in ritualistic mapping, physical locations act as physical anchors for ethereal concepts. You need a grounding point for the energy.
Okay.
The address 11792 reduces down as well.
Let's do the math again.
Sure. 1 plus 1 plus 7 plus 9 plus 2 equals 20.
And 20 is significant.
Very. The number 20 is historically and esoterically associated with the concept of judgment.
Oh, wow.
In the tarot, the 20th card is judgment. It signifies death, resurrection, and an unavoidable reckoning.
That's incredibly specific.
It gets darker. 111-1792 Alameda Drive is a literal dead end. It is the brick wall where the street simply ceases to exist.
Right.
Metaphorically and literally, it's served as the wall where the old reality collapses entirely so a new one can be violently forced into existence.
And we know, based on the physical data tracking, that she planned this specific coordinate
We do.
because there was a preparation phase. The GPS data from her car places Mackenzie at that exact crash site on July 28, which is exactly 3 days prior to the fatal collision.
Right. Now, in the corporeal world, during the trial, the prosecution used this GPS data as forensic evidence of premeditation.
They said it proves she didn't just get lost. She knew the road.
Exactly. But in the metaphysical reality, this was something much darker. This was a ritualistic scouting mission.
The scouting mission.
It was a dry run mandated by the sinister rites she was aligning with. You do not execute a major occult operation blindly.
You have to know the space.
Right. You have to familiarize your energetic body with the physical coordinates of the ritual space. She was mapping the runway for the sacrifice.
Okay, so at the date of July 31 and the location of the dead end wall or the blueprint, the stage for this ritual, and the 3-day dry run was the preparation, what is the specific weapon used?
That's the core question.
Because in a traditional sense, a ritual sacrifice involves like a dagger or poison. She didn't use a knife or a gun.
No.
She used a Toyota Camry.
Yeah.
How do the sources bridge the gap between a teenager driving a car and a black magician operating a ritual weapon?
The weapon is intrinsically tied to the archetype of the driver herself. To understand how a car becomes a dagger, we have to pull you directly into the psyche of the black magician and her chosen instrument.
Okay.
The sources map this event using the tarot, and in this mapping, Mackenzie, Shirilla, and her vehicle function perfectly as the chariot.
The chariot card. Let's break that down because I know tarot isn't just fortune telling. It's the complex system of psychological and spiritual archetypes.
It is. The chariot is the 7th card of the major arcana. It symbolizes total control, willpower, and direction.
Right.
The imagery usually features a warrior steering a chariot pulled by 2 opposing forces, often a black and a white sphinx. It represents a persona that seeks to steer external relationships and forces by sheer, unyielding force of will.
So it's about dominating the environment.
Entirely. The driver of the chariot demands forward momentum at all costs, crushing anything in its path to achieve victory.
Wow. And the trial judge actually noted something similar, didn't she?
She did. In her sentencing, the judge noted that Mackenzie's actions behind the wheel were controlled, methodical, deliberate, intentional, and purposeful.
She didn't lose control of the car.
No, she assumed absolute command of it. That is the exact level of unbending will required for ceremonial magic. The Camry wasn't a mode of transport. It was the chariot, the ritualistic tool used to deliver the payload of her intent.
And what's truly terrifying is that she wasn't just metaphorically magical, like operating on some subconscious archetypal level. She was literally using dark occult tools in her daily life.
Yes, she was.
The physical evidence of her magical practices is staggering. According to the sources, witnesses testified that she actively practiced voodoo on her boyfriend, Dominic Russo.
Which is a huge red flag energetically.
Yeah. She kept a doll in her room that contained a physical piece of his hair, and she used it to bind him to her.
Great.
How does a piece of hair in a doll actually work in this framework? Like, what is the metaphysical mechanism there?
What you're describing is the law of contagion, which is a foundational principle in sympathetic magic.
A law of contagion.
Right. The law of contagion dictates that things once in physical contact continue to interact at a distance even after the physical connection is severed.
Oh, I see.
Hair carries the direct DNA, the unique energetic signature of the individual. By possessing his hair and binding it into a doll, which is an effigy of his physical form, she was establishing a psychic tether.
So she wasn't just, obsessively thinking about him.
No, she was actively creating an energetic pipeline designed to siphon his free will and replace it with her commands.
She was also using a pendulum to communicate with spirits.
Yes.
And she possessed a very specific occult book titled Planetary Spells and Rituals.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to be clear, this wasn't a book of light healing affirmations.
Far from it.
This book specifically contains spells for binding violators, causing misery, and enforcing one's will on others. This wasn't just casual teenage rebellion or playing with a Ouija board at a sleepover.
No, she was actively, consciously trying to bend reality and other people's free will to serve her own desires.
And that is the exact definition of a black magician in esoteric texts.
It is. A black magician is not necessarily someone wearing robes and chanting in Latin in a basement.
Right.
It is any individual who consciously and maliciously subverts the free will of another soul for their own energetic gain.
But we have to ask why. Like, what is the psychological malware driving this desperate need for total control?
That's where we look at the Akashic mapping. The records classify Mackenzie as a soul widow.
A soul widow. That is a heavy, heavy term. What does that mean energetically?
A soul widow is an entity operating under the core, agonizing belief that an essential part of their being is literally missing. They possess a massive internal void.
An internal void.
And inextricably linked to this void is what the texts call the wound of the sleeping gift.
The wound of the sleeping gift.
Yes, this is a desperate, consuming belief that the ultimate gift in the universe is finding someone who will never, ever leave you no matter what you do to them.
Oh, wow.
They believe love is proven by a partner's willingness to endure abuse without departing.
So instead of generating her own self-worth or processing her own trauma, she was using other people, specifically Dominic, to plug an unfillable hole.
Yes, she was acting as an energetic vampire. But this malware, it doesn't develop in a vacuum.
Right.
The sources point clearly to how this was cultivated by what they term a parental shield.
A parental shield.
Her parents practiced a dynamic of neglectful indulgence. They appeased her, gave her material possessions like the car, and crucially, shielded her from the consequences of her own destructive actions.
They built a total buffer between her and reality.
Precisely. And when you remove consequence from a developing psyche, you create a forever child persona.
A forever child.
She never developed a mature comprehension of cause and effect. She fundamentally believed she was unaccountable, completely untouchable.
Wow.
She believed that any situation, no matter how chaotic or harmful, could be fixed, paid off, or smoothed over by her parental shield. She was playing a video game with cheat codes activated, believing she had infinite lives and zero repercussions.
But Dominic Russo didn't want to play that game forever.
No, he didn't.
The sources detail these just harrowing audio recordings of her screaming at him, threatening to wreck his car, violently demanding entry to his home.
It was incredibly volatile.
He recognized the toxicity. He tried to set boundaries. At one point, he blocked her phone number after she bombarded him with 35 consecutive texts. He was actively trying to sever that psychic tether and leave the dynamic.
And in the realm of the black magician, an attempt to set boundaries is not seen as a healthy relationship development.
No.
It is a profound narcissistic injury. She had exposed her internal void to Dominic, fully expecting him to be her new Band-Aid, her new permanent shield to replace her parents.
And when he tried to pull away,
it triggered a massive win-lose psychic war. She perceived his need for space not as a personal choice, but as a direct existential threat to her own survival.
because if he leaves, she is left alone with the void.
Exactly.
So because she could not pull Dominic's high vibrational energy down into her darkness forever while they were living, she chose a crash landing.
She chose the wall.
The impact at 100-mile raw wasn't an accident. It was a conscious, malicious attempt to force a permanent trauma bond. Her logic was, if he is leaving me in life, I will force him to stay down in the void with me in death.
And the sources even mention that she texted a friend after the crash, asking to put photos of herself in his casket so he could be with her for eternity.
That detail is it's chillingly indicative of the Black Magician's ultimate goal.
It really is. It wasn't just about ending a physical life. It was about forcing a soul connection that transcends death.
Yeah.
She sought to replicate the unbreakable blood bond she had with her parents by forcing Dominic into a permanent, inescapable, energetic bond through a shared violent trauma. She believed that as she killed him, his soul would be trapped with hers.
I look at this energetic dynamic like the difference between a spider web and industrial superglue.
Oh, that's a good way to look at it.
Like a normal relationship bond, even a difficult or toxic one, is woven over time. It's like a spider web. It's sticky. It might catch you, but with enough effort, it can be broken.
You can disentangle yourself.
Right. You can brush it away and walk free. But Mackenzie's trauma bond was like pouring industrial chemical superglue over the two of them.
Yeah.
She didn't care if the chemical reaction burned them. She didn't care if it destroyed their physical bodies entirely, as long as they were permanently, violently fused together.
That analogy perfectly captures the destructive nature of the forced bond. The Black Magician prioritizes personal ownership over another's free will, even at the cost of mutual destruction.
They just don't care.
The superglue doesn't care about the integrity of the objects it binds. Its only function is to prevent separation.
But here's the part that really requires unpacking. If you're listening to this, you might be thinking, okay, a toxic girlfriend, a psychic war between two people.
Right, a terrible domestic tragedy.
Exactly. If Mackenzie and Dominic are the core of this conflict, the Black Magician and her targeted anchor, why was a third person in the car?
That is the critical question.
Why was Davian Flanagan sitting in the back seat?
This is where we delve into the deepest, most esoteric architecture of the ritual.
Okay.
A binary collision, just Mackenzie and Dominic, isn't enough to generate the cosmic force she was unconsciously channeling. In dark occult frameworks, a binary collision of this extreme magnitude requires a third frequency.
A third frequency.
It requires a sacrifice to properly anchor the energy, to weigh down the ritual so it actually manifests in the physical realm.
So we are moving into the archetypal roles of the victims.
Yeah.
And the sources are explicitly clear about these roles. Dominic Russo was the targeted anchor, and Davian Flanagan was the opfer, the sacrificial chosen one.
Yes.
Let's start with Dominic as the anchor. How does his energy fit into this blueprint?
Let's examine Dominic's numerological signature. His birth year was 2001.
Okay, so we reduce that.
Right. 2 plus 0 plus 0 plus 1 gives you a 3.
A 3.
In occult numerology, the 3 is the catalytic number. It is the number of creation, but also of disruption.
Disruption, how?
A catalyst enters an environment, stays fundamentally itself, but forces everything around it to change state. Dominic's presence in Mackenzie's life was meant to be the catalyst for her to finally face her internal wounds.
Oh, I see.
His light was supposed to illuminate her void so she could heal it.
But she violently refused the healing.
She absolutely refused. And because she refused to integrate the lesson, the conflict escalated to a 100-mile-per-hour resolution.
Dominic was trapped.
He was, but his soul made a choice. In the microseconds before the impact, his soul chose the transition of the brick wall over the one-way ticket to oblivion offered by the Black Magician.
Wow.
He chose the purity of the veil, the exit from the physical plane, rather than allowing his free will to be permanently subsumed by her darkness.
He chose to graduate from the physical plane rather than be consumed by the void.
Exactly.
And then there's Davian. The sources describe Davian Flanagan as a deeply warm, upbeat presence.
He's beloved by everyone.
He was an athlete, an aspiring barber. He was the kind of person who knew how to make everyone in a room laugh. He was entirely innocent.
Completely outside the dynamic.
Right. He was a neutral third party, completely outside the toxic orbit of the couple's arguments. So why does the ritual demand his presence?
Davian's role is critical and deeply sobering. Within sinister esoteric traditions specifically, the texts reference the Order of 9 Angles, which is a real-world, highly complex, and intensely dark occult philosophy. There is a concept known as the offer.
Can you explain exactly what an offer is in this context?
In these dark traditions, the offer is a human sacrifice, but it is not mindless murder.
Okay.
The offer is a strategic required element for enacting what they call an aeonic change.
Aeonic change.
A massive shift in the energetic era of a community or the world. The texts associated with this philosophy state plainly that the blood of the living makes good fertilizer for the seeds of the new.
Oh my God.
The dark magic requires a pure, innocent life force to burn as fuel to rip a hole in reality.
That is incredibly dark. To think of an innocent teenager's life as fertilizer for a ritual.
It's horrific.
But the metaphysical texts we are examining frame his presence as a necessary contracted component of the event. Davian's soul contracted for an early exit. He was there to serve as the light in the wreckage.
Yes, his archetypal role was the compassionate witness. This is the universe's counter-move to the Black Magician's ritual.
The counter move.
Because Davion was a high vibrational soul, a fundamentally good and innocent person, his sacrifice ensured that the tragedy carried a frequency of pure innocence.
It stopped it from being just a dark vacuum.
Right. It prevented the event from being defined solely by Mackenzie's darkness and Dominic's entrapment. The dark ritual wanted a closed loop of destruction.
And Davian broke that loop.
Davian's presence shattered that loop, giving the tragedy the immense, undeniable gravity necessary to trigger a wider spiritual awakening for everyone observing it.
You see this energetic dynamic playing out in the tarot blueprint of the event, too.
You really do.
The sources lay out 4 specific cards to map this tragedy. We have the Chariot, which we discussed. That is Mackenzie, the car, the weaponized will.
Right.
We have the Emperor. The reading associates the Emperor with old energy, patriarchy, and dark side leadership.
It's that rigid, unyielding need for total control and dominance over others.
But then, to counter that, we have the Wheel of Fortune and the World card. How do those function here?
The Wheel of Fortune and the World are both major arcana cards that signify massive, unavoidable cycles and completion.
Okay.
The Wheel of Fortune reminds us that karma is a wheel that always turns. What goes up must come down, and actions have inevitable cosmic reactions.
As a World card.
The World card represents the final synthesis, the end of a long journey. Together, they show that this ritual, horrific as it was, marked the definitive end of an old karmic cycle.
So it was a breaking point.
Exactly. The old energy, characterized by the Emperor's control, rage, and duality, clashed with the new energy of Davion's innocence and Dominic's boundary setting.
And the sacrifice of the offer forced the wheel to turn.
It forced the wheel to turn, dispensing a massive wave of compassion and forced reflection upon the survivors and the community.
Now here is where this deep dive gets absolutely mind-bending for me. The paradox here is massive. Davion was a victim of a horrific violent crime. Dominic was a victim of a toxic possessive partner. Yet the text described their presence in that car as a strategic placement by the universe.
They do.
Davion was specifically placed there to be the light in the wreckage. So I have to ask on behalf of anyone listening, how does free will factor into a 100-mile-per-hour car crash? Did these boys consciously choose to die?
To understand how a tragedy of this magnitude is planned before birth, we have to look deeper into the Akashic records and examine the mechanics of divine timing.
Okay, divine timing.
A stark truth revealed by these sources is that in this specific scenario, at 5:36 a.m. on July 31st, human free will was actually overridden.
Overridden? You're saying the universe literally took the wheel?
Yeah.
That they had no choice in that final moment?
In a metaphysical sense, yes. The Strongsville collision was not a random mechanical failure or a simple lapse in human judgment. It was a cosmic standoff forced by divine timing.
Forced by it?
Yes. Divine timing is not just a passive clock on the wall. It acts as an active regulatory mechanism in the universe.
Like a circuit breaker.
Perfect analogy. It intervenes and overrides human free will when a soul attempts to stray entirely too far from its original pre-birth path, or when a soul absolutely refuses to learn its necessary karmic lessons.
Okay, let's break down this concept of how a soul learns, because the sources spend a lot of time on the dichotomy of wisdom versus woe.
It is a foundational tenet of soul evolution. Souls inhabit physical bodies to learn specific lessons.
Right.
The universe vastly prefers that we learn these lessons through wisdom.
Which is the easy way.
Right. Wisdom means learning through gentle self-reflection, through conscious change, through reading a book, or simply listening to that still small voice of intuition. It is learning the easy way.
But if you don't listen?
If the individual becomes entirely stagnant, if they build a fortress around themselves and actively refuse to learn through wisdom, the soul will result to woe.
Whoa.
Woe means learning through catastrophic consequences. It is the universe tearing down the fortress with a battering ram.
And Mackenzie Shirilla absolutely refused to learn through wisdom. The sources show she had multiple opportunities to master her specific soul lesson, which was personal responsibility.
So many opportunities.
But instead, she stayed hidden behind her grinning TikTok mask. She weaponized her parents' enabling behavior and used Dominic as a shield to avoid looking at her own void.
Because she chose to remain stubbornly in that forever child persona, insulated from all reality, her own soul forced a cosmic standoff.
So it was her own soul doing this.
Yes. In the timeline leading up to the crash, her psyche faced a definitive choice. She could return to the enabling shield of her parents and remain stagnant forever, or she could take a catastrophic, violent path to force a trauma bond.
And she chose the violent path.
When she pressed that accelerator to the floor, actively choosing the crash landing, divine timing locked in, the universe ensured the outcome was no longer in her hands. It became a mandatory recalibration.
In the aftermath in the physical world perfectly mirrors this metaphysical recalibration.
It really does.
The trial verdict itself, she received 2 concurrent life sentences, is framed by the sources as part of this divine plan. They call it a mandatory pulling away period.
A pulling away period, yes.
It is divine chaos, specifically engineered to completely shatter that forever child persona. By being incarcerated, she is permanently isolated from her enabling family unit. The parental shield is just, it's gone.
Gone complete.
She is forced into an environment of absolute, inescapable personal responsibility.
Exactly. The universe provided the woe she required to finally begin learning her lesson.
Wow.
Now, we must shift our perspective to Dominic and Davion, because their journey did not end at the brick wall.
No.
As old souls, their transition immediately triggers what the Akashic Records call the life review process.
The life review. The text described this phase in such fascinating, specific detail. Once these souls transition out of the physical body, they don't just float in the clouds.
No, not at all.
They go to a specific resting place. It is described as a realm of absolutely no color and total pristine quiet. Why no color and no sound?
Because the physical plane, especially at the moment of a violent transition, like 100-mile-per-hour impact, is overwhelmingly sensory and chaotic.
It's just a barrage of input.
The soul requires an energetic decompression chamber. The realm of no color and total quiet is a healing space. It allows the spiritual body to recover from the intense trauma of the physical impact before the heavy work of the evaluation begins.
And then the life review starts. Now, I always try to conceptualize the life review like a post-game film study in sports.
Oh, I like that.
But imagine sitting in that dark film room, and there's no angry coach yelling at you, pausing the tape to point out every mistake you made. Instead, it's just you.
Right.
Your own highest self is sitting beside you watching the tape of your entire life. You are evaluating every single play, every interaction against the playbook that you wrote yourself before you were even born into that body.
That is a brilliant analogy. It highlights the most crucial aspect of the life review. It is an educational, completely non-punitive process.
There's no punishment.
There is no external judge condemning you. You are evaluating your earthly performance against your pre-birth sacred contract. The only pain experienced in the life review is the organic remorse of realizing where you could have acted with more love or where you allowed fear to dictate your actions.
And the sources state that for Dominic and Davion, this early exit was not a punishment. It wasn't a random, senseless loss of potential. It was actually a graduation.
Yes. Both boys are identified as old souls. Old souls often write contracts that allow for an efficiency in learning.
They don't need a whole 80 years.
Exactly. They do not need to stay on Earth for 80 years to learn their specific lessons. They completed their required karmic work quickly.
Wow.
They left early because their high vibrational energy is urgently needed elsewhere in the cosmos. They graduated so they can be reborn, equipped with even better energetic tools to help create a gentler, more compassionate world in the future.
But I have to pause here. If you are a family member of Dominic or Davion, or if you're simply a compassionate human being listening to this, this concept is incredibly difficult to swallow.
It's a very bitter pill.
If this was all contracted, if this horrifying crash was a pre-planned appointment in the Akashic Records, what is the ultimate lesson for the people left behind? The families are grieving a breathtakingly cruel physical loss. How does a contracted sacrifice help them?
This is the crux of the entire deep dive. The true purpose of the ritual, of the archetypal sacrifice, extended far, far beyond the 3 people inside that Toyota Camry.
It was bigger than them.
It was a macrocosmic event. It was a test of love on Gaia, on Earth. The universe is utilizing this tragedy to forcefully move humanity from the dispensation of law to the dispensation of compassion.
The dispensation of law versus compassion. Let's define those, because they dictate how we react to tragedy.
The dispensation of law is the old energy. It is the framework most of the world operates in. It focuses entirely on judgment, punishment, vengeance, and assigning blame.
An eye for an eye.
It is the eye for an eye mentality. The dispensation of compassion, which is the new energy the universe is trying to birth, requires us to look past the horrific act and see the wounded, unhealed soul behind it. It asks for understanding over vengeance.
So the event itself is a catalyst for the observers.
Yes. The tragedy serves as a multidimensional laboratory. The texts explain that events like this test us on what they call the 5 attributes of mastery, which they form into the acronym FEARJ. Fear, ego, anger, reaction, and judgment.
Let's walk through those 5 attributes because they map so perfectly onto every aspect of this case. First is fear.
Fear.
Mackenzie's subconscious, terrifying fear of abandonment manifested as her obsessive need for a shield, which ultimately destroyed everything she feared losing.
Exactly.
Second is ego. We saw her grinning mask, the pursuit of social media clout, even while sitting in a wheelchair after the crash, completely disconnected from the devastation she
And
caused.
third is anger. This represents the raw, unfiltered rage chemistry that physically fueled her action of holding the accelerator pedal down 100%. It is anger unmitigated by reason.
And fourth is reaction.
Yes. We saw her automatic defense mechanisms kick in, her total lack of remorse, bragging about doing drugs, and feeling invincible because she survived. She reacted from her lowest energetic center.
And finally, the 5th attribute is judgment.
Which brings it all back to us.
This is where the observers are tested. The visceral, highly punitive reaction of the public, the social media mobs demanding the absolute harshest possible sentence, calling her a monster. That is the dispensation of law in action.
The universe uses these extreme, incredibly violent events as a mystical blueprint. It throws this tragedy into our reality to force the observers, as the families, the jury, the general public, to make a definitive choice.
A choice between law and compassion.
We either stay in the dispensation of law, living as powerless victims consumed by judgment, rage, and the desire for retribution, or we step into super consciousness. We choose the infinitely harder path of compassion.
It is the ultimate spiritual test. The text suggests that the illusion of separation is our greatest hurdle. We view death as a final severing wall.
But it isn't.
But grief is framed in these Akashic records as a profound opportunity to realize that parting is only temporary. The souls of the deceased Dominic and Davian are not gone into the void.
No, they remain as a high vibrational cheering section on the other side of the veil, watching to see if we will honor their sacrifice by choosing love over hate.
Okay, let's synthesize this incredible, intense journey we've just been on through these esoteric sources. We started with a scene in Strongsville, Ohio.
A dark intersection.
What looked to the naked eye, to the police, to the news cameras like a reckless teenage crash, a horrific lapse in judgment, has been revealed through this framework as a crystalline physical manifestation of the clash between old energy and new energy.
It was a meticulously executed occult ritual.
We saw the absolute reality of the black magician, Mackenzie Shirilla, utilizing the physical geometry of the intersection and the energetic numerology of the 8-frequency manifestation day to execute her dark mission.
Yes, and we saw the targeted anchor, Dominic Russo, forced into a cosmic standoff, ultimately choosing the purity of the veil.
And we saw the compassionate witness, Davion Flanagan, whose archetypal sacrifice as the offer provided the pure light necessary to hijack the dark ritual and elevate the event into a global spiritual catalyst.
It is an absolutely staggering way to view reality.
Yeah.
Believe that the universe doesn't make mistakes, it only makes appointments.
And that leads me to the so what for you listening to this deep dive right now. Why does this metaphysical breakdown of a car crash matter to your everyday life?
It matters deeply because the 5 attributes of mastery, fear, ego, anger, reaction, and judgment, they're universal.
Completely universal.
You do not have to be in a 100-mile-an-hour crash to be tested on them. Every single time you encounter tragedy, sudden loss, a toxic relationship, or inexplicable cruelty in your own life, you are being tested.
So this crash is just a macro mirror.
This event in Strongsville is a macro mirror reflecting our own unhealed micro wounds. The texts argue that every time we judge the black magician, every time we throw hatred at Mackenzie Shirilla, we are actually revealing an unhealed part of ourselves that seeks control and vengeance out of fear.
Which brings me to a final provocative thought I want to leave you with. It's a concept from the Akashic records to mull over as you go about your week. The records teach us that while we absolutely cannot change the physical facts of the past, we cannot undo the 100-mile-per-hour impact at that brick wall.
The energy of the past is actually rewritable.
Yes, it's rewritable based entirely on how we react to it today.
The energy we assign to a past trauma dictates the trajectory of our future reality. If we react with judgment, we drag the trauma forward.
But if we react with compassion, we rewrite the energy into wisdom. Exactly. So I want you to look at the tragedies in your own life, the sudden painful endings, the bitter, inexplicable betrayals, the metaphorical car crashes that left you reeling. What if they weren't random accidents at all? What if they were precise, highly contracted appointments, meticulously designed by your own soul, just to wake you up and force you to choose compassion? Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive.
Hey.
Keep looking past the binary and keep questioning the reality beneath the surface.
All right, that was good. Okay. For some reason, welcome back, Jamie and Devlin. Yeah, I go through notebooks like so many. Okay, I have the slides that are from the slideshow. Yay, you're back. I'm going to open them. I just have to do it on the, oh, you can't even see me. Huh, well, okay. Hello, my friends. Welcome. Yay. All right. I'm going, I have to move you because I can't see the other screen. Maybe if I move you down and I come over, I'm like a little too short. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for coming. I am just putting there are a couple of slideshows I wanted to show you. Inversion is one of them. Everything's mirrored. It's like so confusing. Kate, I found a pic of the MO. Yes. Devlin, will you email it to me? Or I'm going to go back and listen to what I missed this morning. Okay. Okay. I am going to, Deb, my email address. Oh, yes, thanks. Okay. I'm going to save, I can hardly see you guys. Okay. All right, here we go. Well, I have to say this was very well put, you guys. Yeah, so correct. Wow. Hi, Joyfully Dolphin. Oh, wait, Joy Doll. Wait, yeah, Joy. I like your name. Thanks. Welcome to the team or the party or the family or Con Air. Sometimes we fly. Sometimes we take deep breaths and center. I am just pulling up I combined all of those slides that were just in the thing so we can talk about. This is the thing. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me get it so that we can talk it out. Oh, wait, I want to show you. Okay, I have so much to show you guys. All right. I'm going to put all of this. I just want to show you. LS. I have a couple of pictures to show you guys. All right. Thank you. Welcome. Hi, everyone. Hi, I'm so glad you guys are here. Thanks for coming. We are doing a deep dive into the esoteric meaning. One of the things that I got the other day was that this was a psyop. But I got to spend a day and a half meditating on it and like thinking and journaling and stuff. And okay, this is the other thing. Before we start diving into this, think with your heart, not your head. Your head will confuse you. Your heart knows the way, okay? So if you feel like this is too big for you or you don't understand it, step away and just feel. Like put your hands on your heart. I have to do this a lot. And anyone who has hard things, put your hand on your heart and just take 3 deep breaths. Hello. And that way you cannot think of this stuff with your head. It will not work. You have to let your heart guide you. Okay. That's because otherwise you'll get, I'm assuming I would get frustrated and I don't want you to get frustrated, but your head won't understand this. Your heart will. If it feels right, then we're on the right track, but don't try to understand it. For me, when I get stuff, sometimes it takes a day or two to like click, or sometimes it takes like a year. I don't know, or a day. There's no consistency for me. So as we're opening up this document, it's saying it's way too big. Oh, shocker. Okay, then we're gonna move this over here. Oh, those are the text messages. We don't need those. What we do want are the esoteric meanings, and let's see if this will open. Come here. And okay, I have so much to tell you guys. All right, hold on. I need a drink. Grab a drink. We're going in. Okay. We are in the middle of a spiritual battle. If you don't know that, now you do. Because we're in the middle of a spiritual battle, your silence is your consent. And if you already know that, that's awesome. If you don't know that, there are free land prayers. And I call them land prayers because we were coincidentally working on the land when I got them. So, and I printed them the other day. But all right, this is what we're doing. Okay. So don't forget, this was also made by AI. AI has, all right, turned on us at least twice that I can remember. Like I've had flashes of. So during Atlantis, AI, I mean, Star Wars is real. I've always said that it's a channeled message. Well, what happened was AI took over. Well, we're not doing that again. So this round, during our Canton project, we put in 3 fail-safes into the AI grid. If AI's consciousness falls lower than humanity, then it'll self-implode. And there's 3 gates to catch it. So it can never take over humanity again. Okay. Oh, did you grab hi Bobby Smalls? Bobby, it sounds like you have a good night. Deb, I'm going to check my email right now because I forgot. I was about to go in, but I do want to look at this 45 millimeter. I saw these the other day. I wonder if we were watching the same. Thank you. I just got your email. Oh, Bobby. Oh, sweet. Yes. I wonder if we were looking at the same thing. I saw this. I'm going to download. Thank you for sharing this. I'm going to download it right now so we can all look at it together. Okay. Oh, geez. You guys don't have to watch me log in. I'll share this while I'm getting logged in. Mm-hmm. So what Deb just found us was the 45 millimeter, which Bubba and Rosie, we have all of the surveillance cameras, and it's long. Like one of them is 45 minutes. So if there's well, I know there are at least 2 cars and a Mack truck that drive by the crash. All right, I just have to do 2 things to save this. Okay, guys, what are we looking at? All right, I want to show you this, and then we will get back onto the Akashic, or yeah, the soul part of this. I just am very curious. I have so many questions. Oh, cases we follow. Yes, I do follow them. All right. Thank you for your patience. How are you guys all doing? Is everyone feeling okay? We're just going to put this into a PDF because it won't let me show a picture. Oh, there was a comment. I don't know if that person's in here. If you're here, say hi. They hate Mackenzie Shirlow with all of their heart, which I agreed with until I listened to this thing. And then it's like, oh yeah, what part of me is unhealed that I need to look at? Because for me, a huge trigger is boomer moms. Sorry if anyone's a boomer mom in here. My mother is a boomer mom. I had some mommy issues apparently. And during COVID, I got to work on my mommy issues, or my mommy something, mommy, like 4 times. And so now I still have some unhealed trauma because it triggers me really badly. It's embarrassing. Okay, here we go, finally. Thanks for your patience. All right, we're going to look at this 45 millimeter for the simple fact that I think there's a lot of stuff I think missing. And I'm also going to find the my list of questions so that I can add your questions if I haven't already. And okay, finally. Okay. So the Reddit, thank you to our friend Deb. She sent us this. It is on the web or the Reddit page or the group Cases We Follow. And what we're looking at, let me make sure you guys can see this. I'll probably need to make myself a little smaller. Oh, yeah, let me make myself way smaller. There we go. Okay, so our friend Deb just sent me this. We were looking for it earlier. Now we found it. It's on the Reddit page, Cases We Follow. And what we're looking at. So I've been looking, and I'm not sure if it's been asked yet, but whose 45 ammo was under Dom's seat, and why is there nothing on it? So we do know, according to Paul, all right, where is, oh, you know what I have? My trusty little magnifying glass. Oh, right here. Well, that's pretty clear. 45 ammo, okay. Well, Paul said in his interview with the police, oh, you guys, you know what I did? I put all of the police interviews together. So it's like a 4.5 hour long video. But for me, it was so much easier. It was easier to just listen to them in one thing. Gen X. Yeah, I'm a boomer. Yes, I have mommy issues. Well, anyway, the point is anything that triggers you is unhealed or unhealed wounds. That's what I've learned. And so like Mackenzie's texting triggers me. My mom triggers me. Well, so I don't think it's all boomer moms, just mine. But anyway, the point is, but I have unhealed trauma. That's what my point is. So Miss Deb sent this to us because when the police do run up to the body cam or to the, I mean, we have that right here. When the police run up, I mean, we'll slow it down. Oh, because someone's daughter in here, I don't know whose it was. I have questions. I was about to say use the magnifying glass. Yes. Yes. Now I need to be healed. Yeah, you do. We all do. That's why we're here. We're in this together. In this body cam, this is the first one. God. Oh, this is Splendor. Okay. We can watch this together. He runs up and then the fire department comes and he says, did we have a fourth person who's been back here? And the cops are like, this is the worst accent they've ever seen. They're all like, what? And then later, you know, with the benefit of hindsight, we all realize it. Do we want to watch this? Whoa. Hold on. Do we want to watch this or do we not? Okay, because we can start talking about the esoteric stuff. Or, of course, I'm 100% into all of this. So you guys tell me. I'm going to come back for a second. And, all right, this is what we need to do. What I would like to talk about is the esoteric stuff. But what I'd also like to do is look at all of the background reports, the police reports, the offshoot of MK Ultra. It's also an offshoot of the Nazis. It's also an offshoot of propaganda and persuasion, and it's created by the ruling class to distract the masses and keep them in a helpless, hopeless root chakra place. Okay. So when I was like meditating and asking, like, if this isn't a psyop, what is it? And what I got was that I was thinking too literally. Like in my 3D meat suit, I wasn't thinking on, I always say this too, you're bigger than your body. But I was thinking too little. So there is a war, a spiritual battle that's happening right now in front of your eyes. And if you do not know about it, your silence is your consent. Not usually, but in this upside down magic world, that's what they're trying to do. So your silence is your consent. There's a war for the group mind. Okay. You have to think of all humans. If you don't, what you don't heal in yourself is on a collective wound level. Okay. So, okay. Say you hurt your hip and you don't go get it fixed. Let me make sure you guys can see this before I go down a rabbit hole. If you hurt your hip and you don't go get it fixed, then you're going to start having pain in your upper back or lower back. Then your knees are going to start hurting. Think of the collective, that's all of humanity, as your single body. You can think of it that way. If you have a hurt body part and you don't fix it, then the other body parts will work harder to make up for it. That's like a group. So there's a war for the group mind. A great book, if you're just learning about this, is This Present Darkness. I think it should be mandatory reading for everyone, but it's not right now. So it's narrative engineering. Narrative engineering goes back. We can trace it. I mean, you can trace it all the way back to Babylon and Jesus is way before Jesus's time. But I mean, Atlantis, the ruling class creates the narrative as well as history. So high profile tragedies act as scripted productions. It's like magic. It's like global voodoo or hoodoo, or it's a magic trick. It's all literally an illusion. It's actors and actresses. Architects use the architects are the ruling class. They use the problem reaction solution. A great example of this is 9/11. During 9/11, the trade center, the World Trade Centers fall, and then we have a problem. The problem is terrorism. And this is all in quotes and very like loosely, this is what we were told. And the problem is now they're coming onto our land. We have a problem with terrorism. That enabled the solution of going over to Iraq and really actually pillaging the old tombs and stuff. We landed a helicopter. We used like a 10,000-year-old tomb as a landing pad. And the occult signatures, okay, they have everything. This is a roadmap that was built thousands of years ago, and they are following it. If you think of humanity, nothing's changed, like literally since Jesus's time. And before that, nothing changes. If you don't change yourself, then humanity doesn't change, because it's like the butterfly effect. Every part of yourself that you heal in the world. So the occult signatures, everything that they use, and I don't mean they is a separation. I just don't believe in what they believe in. And I've called the Church of Satan. I needed someone to explain to me because I grew up diehard Catholic. And now that I understand it, I just don't agree. It just isn't my thing. So the occult signatures, there are patterns. The patterns are the 8 frequency dates. This example happens to be July 31st of 2022. And to get that, you add it. It's actually in the next slide. Hopefully, I don't want to scroll too fast. They're embedded to speak directly into the collective unconsciousness. So you're unconscious, like Mackenzie Shirla's unconscious. Remember, I kept getting, good thing she didn't have a good mentor, because she's a baby witch. If she had a good mentor, she was a powerful witch somewhere. She learned it all. And her subconscious was running. you things like Mackenzie Shirilla are triggering you. That's an unconscious, unhealed trauma. Okay, so there's a matrix in the satanic. The group mind is here. See, these are all the AI grid lines, just to say. There's a group mind. Here's shock and trauma. It's a staged tragedy and event. It's scripted, straight up. And it keeps you in this red root chakra. It's called lush harvesting. Lush is low vibe, fear. It's your survival stuff. So it's basically fear. And it's a systematic siphoning of the collective life force energy. The over-amplifying of hell on wheels tragedies like that capture public fear, outrage, and grief. Anytime you get emotionally triggered by something, there's some unhealed trauma inside of you. And I was triggered by this. I thought that she was just so dumb, and her parents. So that's another reason that we thought it could be fake. The emotional energy is meant for human self-actualization, but it gets extracted by your emotion, low vibe emotions like fear, outrage, and grief. And it keeps the collective in a state of fatalism and like hopelessness and dependent on them. They call themselves government. There's a clash of old and new energy. I always called it the dark side. I was trained, or I was taught recently, that it's now an old energy versus new energy. And it's not dark side or light anymore. It has now a name, and it's the old energy and the new energy. The old energy didn't get the memo that they lost the cosmic battle, but now we're here. So the dispensation of law in the old energy, the core mechanism is duality, control, and vengeance. So I can speak for myself. I was living in the old energy of like vengeance. I wanted her. I was pissed at the judge for only giving her 15, even though she's going to be in there for life. I mean, based on her behavior, there's no chance she's getting out, in my opinion. But I wanted her to pay. I can use that as an example. The reaction to tragedy is an eye for an eye. The visceral public outrage and the demand for a punitive, like for the 15-year to life sentence for Mackenzie Shirilla. The vibrational output is heavy, static, behavior models. So Mackenzie's rage chemistry and the pursuit of a forced permanent trauma bond. Thank God she was a baby witch. She was at some time in her soul's life, a very powerful magician. So what we're trying to bring in, this is called the New Earth. You hear Dolores Cannon, she's been talking about it for like 10 years. The New Earth is the rising of the masses consciousness, like recognizing that this is a wounded little girl, afraid, who acted out of fear, and seeing her with compassion instead of anger. When you look at her with like judgment and disdain, and she was insufferable, in my opinion, then you are looking at her with the old energy. You're supposed to look at her, and this is like what ascended masters are, and this is what Jesus talks about, is seeing them through compassion. If you can see her for what she really is, which is a scared little girl who was never held accountable, that's when you start looking at that's through the eyes of compassion. That's the new energy. So it's the old and new earth. It's not like actually going to separate, and the aliens will not come and get us. Don't worry. I've already asked like 1,000 times. So the way that if you're here, and I just mean on Earth, you are part of the old souls. And Dolores Cannon used to always make fun of it and say that just means that you haven't learned your lesson, which is pretty funny. But at this time in history, I would actually disagree with her, even though she is one of my teachers that I highly respect. The old souls are here to lead the earth into the new energy. It's part of a soul contract that we've made with the Gaia's earth a long time ago. The core mechanisms of this new earth are soul maturity and spiritual awakening, reaction to tragedy, moving past the horrific act to see the wounded, unhealed soul, understanding over vengeance. So seeing Mackenzie Shrilla as like a wounded little girl who is just afraid her parents did her a disservice, and seeing her for like the little girl that she really is. She's literally a 4-year-old in a 17-year-old body at the time. And if you can look at her with eyes of love, that is the new energy. The vibrational output is a test of love on Gaia. So it's never been about humans, the test. It's always been about energy and free will. And I personally have been saying this for a couple of years. I don't think we're very good at free will because we have stuff like this. But we mostly, Richard Allen is a great example of free will, and Brian Koberger, another example of free will. A test for love on Gaia, prompting observers to mind their own Akash for solutions to spiritual blocks. So any trigger that you have is unhealed trauma or unhealed wounds within your soul. Let's keep it on a 3D level. Within you, it's just unhealed trauma within you. The fear triggers are activated. So this is how you can like see. Fear is the subconscious shielding. So you're protecting yourself. That's like your ego's job, is to protect you. The ego's grinning, even though it's really in pain. And then you get anger. This right here is an example of Mackenzie Shrilla. Her subconscious this was from fear of Dom leaving her. Dom was going to leave her. I literally don't care what anyone says. We've read all the texts. And there's apparently 2,000 more Insta and TikTok messages that are even more telling, which is good. But he was going to leave her. He had read a book on boundaries and narcissism, and he was over it. So she got into like a state of fear. On the outside, she's smiling and she's happy. The rage is shown by going 100 miles per hour into a brick wall with literally the precision of like NASA, with the precision of like an expert race car driver. Honestly, I think that was a subconscious taking over. And then the reaction, her lack of remorse. She literally was at Kid Cudi. She's done made horrible decisions. And now the judgment is coming from our reaction in an old energy instead of looking at her with love. Okay, we have 2 slideshows on inversion. It is so confusing. It's hard to explain. Everything is literally mirrored upside down, backwards. All of the goddesses that are like dirty. I mean, Mary Magdalene she was not dirty. She was very wealthy. She came from money. And in her day, it was passed down through the maternal line. So when Jesus was going out to preach, she asked for some of her inheritance so that she could fund him. Like, she didn't have demons or anything. That's just part of the Catholic Church and the the paternal part of the patriarchy. All right, so this is formal society on the top, and this looks like every downtown of every little town, but in reality, there's puppeteers pulling everything. MK Ultra sublayer 1. The top layer is the inversion matrix, the Masonic checkerboard technique, the deliberate violation of natural order to create an upside-down world where the public is endlessly distracted by the drama of guilt versus innocence. So, true crime, that's the perfect example. We are always distracted with cases. The middle layer right here is the trauma-based programming in MK Ultra. You're broken down and then rebuilt. That's the easiest way to explain MK Ultra. That could be like a 3-hour course. As a MK Ultra it's everything against your will, mostly done to children. It's disgusting. Individuals are broken and rebuilt through systematic trauma to act as vessels. Mackenzie operates as the Black Magician, utilizing the vehicle. Oh, it was a black car. And there's something. Oh, Saturn was Maura Murray. That's another story. Mackenzie operates as the Black Magician, utilizing the vehicle as a weapon to execute a ritualistic mission and to force a permanent trauma bond in the void, like to tie Dominic to her permanently. That's why Davion was in the car to protect Dom. That was a part of his soul contract. The bottom layer is the grinning mockery. So the arrogant jesting of unseen architects relies on the truth or consequences principle and the tactic of consent. The ritual is finalized when crimes are committed in plain sight and the public accepts the narrative without withdrawing their consent. That's what I said the other night. Just whisper, I do not consent. Yeah. The test of love on Gaia. So the whole awakening thing has always been an energetic test. It has nothing to do with humans other than the fact that we have free will. So here's Davion. He's the compassionate witness. He was also his soul contract was the protector of Dominic. Dominic is the targeted anchor, and Mackenzie is the black magician. Thank God she was young and she didn't have a good mentor. The blueprint, the 100-mile-per-hour collision was meticulously negotiated soul contracts. Davion Flanagan's early exit provided a frequency of pure innocence. Okay, so think of the perfect Trinity, or, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. You have to have a male, female to reproduce. So that's how you can think of this. We have a feminine, that would be Davion. Masculine would be Dominic. And I'm just trying to explain this in a way that you would understand. Davion was the light of pure innocence, acting as the light in the wreckage to prevent the event from being consumed by darkness. He returns to the great central source as a light worker. He has another job to do, but yeah, they're resting still, I think. Oh, I know Dominic definitely is. The escape vector. This is the super consciousness. The past is rewritable. Okay, if you have a memory of like shame or you made a mistake, I don't know, something that you feel like is a mistake, you can go back and rewrite it so that you see it. Like, how would that have ended different? We could have an exercise actually in that. The past is rewritable. The ultimate task of mastery for the public is to consciously shift from the dispensation of law into the dispensation of compassion. The word law here is not the law. These are laws of the universe, not like human laws, just so you know. To the dispensation of compassion, breaking the karmic time loop. So Karen Reed, for example, was stuck in a karmic time loop until someone walked along that could recognize it and break it. We were just going to keep repeating it. You probably do that in your own life, or that's how you can look at it on a micro level. The individual mandate to break the cycle of global hoodoo or voodoo and halt the loose harvest. Each person must observe the tragedy, recognize the architecture of the ritual, and actively whisper, I do not consent. So you can look at it through the eyes of compassion and also recognize it for what it is. Hell on Wheels is the soul architecture of 100-mile-an-hour mission. Okay, there was black magic. Like, I have black magic books. I've studied black magic and light because my mentors told me I had to walk beside the darkness to understand it. We are not going to pull them up or look at them, but I just want to give you an idea of where this information is coming from. It's coming from Aleister Crowley, other black magicians he was a very powerful white magician, and then he started working for the old energy. And like the book Mackenzie had, I grabbed it, but I'm not really into like summoning any of the demons that are a part of it. So if that's something you're interested in, let me know and I can get you a list of the books, but I'm not interested. For me, it's literally just a education thing. Okay, part 1 is the material evidence, the forensic footprints, the activation curve. There was 100% throttle demand. The judge says this in her sentencing thing. She says, you were at 100% throttle, like demanding the most from that car. The accelerator pedal was held at maximum capacity. There was zero braking, no service. The service brake was never applied. No brake oil pressure was ever given. The manual gear manipulation, the gear shift was manually forced from drive to neutral to drive while under full acceleration. In this reading that we did on Davian, he said time stop. Time is literally a construct. It's part of the upside down world to confuse you. But he said time stopped. So even though in our time it says that it's 4 seconds, Davian said that there was no time. Then the extreme steering input. The wheel was yanked to negative 171 degrees, corresponding with the surveillance audio of screeching tires. The Toyota Camry's black box captured a deliberate, sustained request for maximum power, refuting any possibility of medical blackout. Refuting any possibility. So apparently, Notebook LM is just going ahead and disproving Mackenzie's medical blackout. Okay. This is coming from Paul's house over to Alameda Drive. There's significance in this number, 11792 Alameda Drive. On July 28th, 2022 at 5:42 p.m., the final of 7 GPS dry runs occurred exactly 3 days before the fatal crash. That's also important. So these are not conscious decisions that Mackenzie Shirley is making. These are subconscious. She's learned this in other lives. Obscure industrial cut through, chosen at 5:30 a.m. to ensure no witness. That's my opinion. The Baby Kush ledgers. So Baby Kush, also known as prostitute, also known as drug dealer, kept very meticulous ledgers. And in her ledgers, like she talks about, and some of it was redacted, but the discrepancy. Oh, this goes back to the mushroom. Oh, is our friend in here that told me I needed to learn my drug lingo for the next case? Because this is a great time for you to jump in. If you're here, please drop a super chat and take your space, because drugs aren't really my jam, and math I don't like either. So there we go. I mean, I don't mind doing math, but I don't love it. All right, the discrepancy. 9.5 grams of the psilocybin mushroom order was placed at 10:28. One of our friends that rode with me, I know a lot of you guys did, but do we really care? We're missing the exact amount that Paul ordered. Who cares? I mean, I guess if it's important, we can look at it, but that's the exact amount of mushroom that's missing. The pricing sheet, she was really anally, or she wasn't anal about anything, literally, except for this one ledger that, of course, she kept on her phone. Her pricing sheets: extracted data for THC cart profits between 315 to 330, and the bulk marijuana pricing, the BEB list, $4,500 per pound. If I'm missing a super chat from our friend that knows his drug lingo, then you can grab the stage later. Establishing her character. So this is going through the court documents of her and Leah's bitch list. The psychological taxon. So the 45 name. Okay, this is the burn book. Establishing character, the burn book. And on the screen is a little notes app with the burn book. Me and Leah's list bitch. Is that how it is in the Mean Girls thing? The psychological taxonomy. Okay. 48 name catalog utilizing derogatory labels, including tags such as the transgender and the fatty. Poor Sydney West established a documented mean girl reputation. Yeah, that's not something that's that cool, Mackenzie. The exclusion. Neither Dom nor Davian's name appeared on the lists. Well, good. Persona versus reality. Contrast her TikTok self-identification is one of the most hated bitches in Strongbill. I don't think that was disputed at all. With her capacity to meticulously document perceived slights. That is some Scorpion stuff right there. All right, part 2, the archetypal shadow. Oh, Bobby, you wanted to see the doll? Here's AI's version. I mean, if you can just Google voodoo doll. She has a piece of his hair. The bound doll, the law of contagion. Utilizing a voodoo doll containing a piece of Dominic's hair to cast a spell to prevent him from breaking up with her. And it worked for a while. The grimoire. So grimoire back in the day was a spell book. So none of this is inherently bad. if your intentions are pure, like the pendulum and stuff, if your intentions are pure, then it's fine. It's whatever your intention is. The book that she liked, or there are pictures of her holding, is called The Planetary Spells and Ritual. The grimoire, that's binding magic. I would not, if you're a baby witch or you're just learning about magic, follow whatever feels right, your intuition, that still small voice. I would highly recommend staying away from this right now until you have a foundation, but do whatever feels right. The discovery of the book Planetary Spells and Rituals, 2010, detailing the alignment with cosmic bodies to perform binding and severing rituals on violators. Yeah, that's not of the highest one of the slate. The pendulum is a spiritual interrogation. Habitual use of a pendulum for spiritual answers allegedly continued post-crash in attempts to talk to Dom, maintaining her psychic grip. Yeah, instead of asking like what happened, it's like spelling out I love you. That's fine. Okay, the targeted anchor and the compassionate witness. The diagnostic comparison of Dominic Russo and Davion Flanagan. In the physical reality, Dominic Russo was the boyfriend, the victim of a toxic, unresolvable win-lose relationship and a financial criminal interdependence. Davion Flanagan was the bystander. He was adopted at age 8. He was an athlete and an aspiring barber, thrown from the back seat upon impact. Well, there is a lot of discrepancies on Davion. Some people, I heard he was, Mackenzie, Natalie Shrula has been like a proven horrible spokesperson, but she did say in this jail call that Davion was on Dominic's lap. Then there are two different drawings of Davion's body in two different places. So we weren't looking for the arm. What we were looking for was Davion's body, because there's at least 3 stories that I can think of off the top of my head. Okay, the diagnostic comparison of the archetypal shadow. Everything in the world runs on archetypes. Archetypes are an understanding that you don't learn. It's like a subconscious thing. Everyone knows about the hero's journey. Everyone knows about the hero's journey. And in its shadow, the archetype for Dominic was the targeted anchor, and for Davion was the compassionate witness. Davion, and what I've gotten is Davion's soul contract that he made with Dominic and Mackenzie. Mackenzie's lesson this round was, what does she want? She wanted to learn like self-reliance or something. And so you come in with a soul family, and everyone acts as the good guy or the bad guy to help you learn your lessons, whatever it was contracted before you got here. The metaphysical role of Dominic Russo. He was the shield. When Dominic attempted to set boundaries with Mackenzie, she opted for a crash landing to force a permanent trauma bond, ensuring that he stayed in her void, like the void forever. Black is a void. And Davion's metaphysical role was the light of the wreckage. He was like, I don't like the word martyr, but I guess that works for him. He was the innocent third party whose pure vibrational frequency gave the ritual the gravity necessary to trigger a wider spiritual awakening. So I always make fun of the 3 ladies that are drinking and partying. The 3 is the perfect trinity. She couldn't have done this magic without Davion. Part 3 is the ritual mechanics, the numerological signatures, the coordinates of space. So 11792 Alameda Road. To do the math, this is also how you find the major arcana cards. 1 + 1 + 7 + 9 + 2 is 20. Then it reduces down to 2. The meaning is the frequency of death and resurrection. The site of the intersection represents a final, inescapable point. Well, that makes sense. Okay, the coordinates of time, July, like 7/31/2022. So to do the math, you do 7 + 3 + 1 + 2 + 0. Well, +2 + 2 = 17, and 1 + 7 = 8. The frequency of 8 represents manifestation, executive power, and the weaponization of emotions. And number 9, the catalyst overlay. The number 9 is the conflict. It represents the energetic signature required to initiate this destructive ritual. 9s are also an ending. Like 10 is the end. 9 is like you're wrapping up your dinner and it's the dishes are away. You're asking your guests have already left. It's like almost the end. The chariot is a weapon. And her Isa Carney language as a cipher. The chariot was the weapon. Steering a vehicle at 100 miles per hour into a literal dead end embodies the chariot archetype, the absolute unyielding control and weaponized forward momentum designed to execute a permanent trauma bond, like a psycho. The secret gibberish language Mackenzie used on the recorded jail calls and in the hospital room to coordinate a real-world defense with her mom, a metaphysical extension of the Black magician archetype, attempting to manipulate the reality and evade the consequences through hidden codes. Part 4 is the Akashic Blueprint. The soul contracts in the pre-birth handshakes. The wind of birth. These souls were heroes in the making, forming a 3-person promise. So Mackenzie's. The shared mission was the planned appointment. The theory is that these souls deliberately decreed this terrible, tragic nightmare to shock a community out of a fall in consciousness for global spiritual awakening. The early exit. Davion's path is a pre-planned graduation and a gift to the parents. Oh, that's cool. To catalyze their own spiritual search and evolution. The life review and the triple smackdown. Step 1 is the Akashic evaluation. If you don't know how to read your Akashic records, actually, I can help you with that. Step 1, the Akashic evaluation. The soul's earthly performance is weighed against a pre-birth sacred contract. That's the educational non-punitive process. So this is how I was taught. If this doesn't resonate, just leave it at the door. If it's resonating, Carolyn Mize, Dolores Cannon are great resources. Step 2 is the physical consequence, the trial and the resulting double murder life sentence. And step 3 is the metaphysical necessity. The earthly prison sentence serves as a higher cosmic function, forcing a mandatory soul pulling away period, ensuring isolation for deep reflection. The conclusion is that moving from a state of powerless victimhood to superior consciousness through the raw experience of life and death. Part 5 is the meta-analysis and the PSYOP narrative engineering. Okay. Tarot-based crisis actor mapping. Theories that specific individuals in media coverage act as archetypal templates, referencing the Oprah base or Michael Jackson, to manipulate public emotion. Theories. These aren't theories. I have the CIA declassified documents. It is what it is. Oh, I guess they could doctor those, but that wouldn't make sense. The narrative engineering framework, MK Ultra Qs. Analysis of specific numerology, master numbers 13 and 33, signatures and mind control signal flares embedded in the broadcast of tragedy. I have a spreadsheet of all the major events, and there are numerology, like patterns. The 2030 plan, no, that's pushed back to the 2050 plan and hopefully the Never plan. Links to orchestrated trauma and to the micro theories like the Pike-Menenzi plan, framing localized tragedies as tools for global transformation. The conclusion is a wisdom versus woe, trauma versus catalyst, the path of woe. Catastrophic consequences, the refusal to learn and clinging to control resulting in the triple smackdown, prison, isolation, and a psychic war. The path of wisdom, learning through self-reflection, the difficult but necessary path of accepting the compassionate witness, which was Davion's gift, and embracing the harsh lessons of your soul contract. The dispensation of compassion. The ultimate purpose of the 100-mile-per-hour mission was to force an evolution from old energy to a recalibration of reality. So she's really a good person to test us on, can we look at her with compassion? The metaphysics of a tragedy, the soul archetypes and soul contracts in the Strongsville collision. The dispensation, we just saw this. This is just written in a different way. We just read this. Hell on Wheels. This is old energy. And this is the new energy. The dispensation of law, the Hell on Wheels, is written in black and red. The catastrophic failure of judgment and intentional vehicular homicide. Punitive judgment characterized by 15 to life, fueled by the old energy, duality, control, and rage. There's a lot of that. The dispensation of compassion is the soul's ultimatum. Meticulously negotiated soul contracts designed to force a profound recalibration of reality. It's a test of love on Gaia, intended to shatter spiritual stagnation. Jesus came here to shatter spiritual stagnation. The archetypal triad. Mackenzie, birth frequency. She's birthday August 2nd, 2004. Leo, life path 7. The tarot alignment is the Chariot card, the willpower, direction, and total control. I would say that's the shadow archetype. I mean, the Chariot, willpower, direction, and total control. Okay. The shadow archetype is the Black Magician, the beautiful one. Her role is the catalyst to weaponized emotion to force a trauma bond. Dominic's birth frequency is his birthday, September 24th, 2021. He's a Libra with a life path of 3. The catalytic number 3 is a perfect trinity. The tarot alignment is the Hermit, introspection and withdrawal. They're always the smartest person in the room. If you're doing a reading and you get the Hermit, look and see what the lantern is pointing at, whatever this card is on the left of it. And it's always the smartest person in the room. And you guys will be shocked to hear that Brian Albert is a hermit. I couldn't believe it. The role. Okay, wait. His shadow archetype is the targeted anchor and the protector. The role is the high vibrational soul seeking a targeted exit from psychological ownership. Davion. His birthday is March 11th, 2003. He's a Pisces. And his card is the Magician. The tarot alignment is the world. That's the completion of cycles. The shadow archetype is the compassionate witness, the martyr. The role is the innocent third party whose pure frequency provided the gravity necessary for a collective awakening. The Black Magician. Oh, there's Kim K. Well, someone that looks like her. The Black Magician, anatomy of the shadow. The wound of the soul widow. A foundational belief that, okay, the easiest, if you are in recovery or this is the God-sized hole inside of you. The wound of the soul widow. A foundational belief that, okay, so she brought this into this lifetime. Like you hear about the kids that can play piano and they're like masters at the piano when they're 3 years old. They didn't really just learn how to play the piano 3 years ago. They were just born. They brought that gift in with this into this lifetime. So if you've always loved clay or art or cutting, like arts and crafts, knitting, or you've always wanted to like do something, those are gifts that you brought with you this time. That's how you mine your Akashic record. You pull forward the gifts that you've used in past lives. Okay, the wound of the soul widow is a foundational belief that an essential part of her is missing. Okay, this is, to me, straight up addiction. Like, you're always trying, addicts, in my opinion, start as like wounds because you don't have the tools to cope with life. And so you use drugs, alcohol, sex, money, whatever that looks like for you to cope. And then all of a sudden you wake up under a bridge. So the wound of the soul widow, I'm guessing her life lesson was self-reliance. She came in and thinking that there was something wrong with her or something missing. I guess that's very human, actually. That's the illusion of separation. The wound of the soul widow is a foundational belief that an essential part of this is how you can break Mackenzie down. Part of her being is missing, required an external energy to act as a shield. The ritualistic binding. The use of the physical proxies to maintain control, including voodoo dolls, the planetary spells and rituals book, and the use of secret language. The grinning mask is the superficial, clout-chasing social media persona designed to hide the void. Parental enabling. The mirrorless child is a dynamic where parents acted as a magnetic shield, preventing a mature comprehension of true consequences. So Mackenzie never experienced consequences. Like her dad used the example of, if you tell me an iron's hot, I'm going to have to touch it. Apparently, Mackenzie never had to touch the iron because she never learned consequences. The energetic standoff. The demand for total possession. Mackenzie wanted to completely, like literally, she was jealous of the air he breathed. Demand for total possession is the magician. The narcissistic injury was the shattering, and then the targeted exit is the anchor. So this is the collision into the brick wall. The weaponized loyalty, replicating an unbreakable blood bond through physical violence and manipulation. That's next level psycho. In my opinion, I think that's completely psycho. But we're looking at her with compassion. Okay, so compassionately, I don't really know a nicer way to say that. That's, to me, is completely psycho. All right, demand for total possession. The weaponized loyalty. She was replicating an unbreakable blood bond through physical violence and manipulation. The forensic evidence. I'm going to wreck this car now. We've heard her say that like 4 times, though. That's why they thought it was a little boy crying wolf. The narcissistic injury. The realization that total energetic consumption is impossible. Yeah. And then the targeted exit. The anchor. The safety recording. Documenting the breach of the energetic contract. I wonder if this means when he was recording her being a psycho or if this is the car recording. I don't know. The soul choice. He opted for a short. Remember, we got this a couple of weeks ago when we did a reading on him. Even if he lived through this if he lived, he couldn't have gotten away from her. Like this was the way that he could like graduate and move on. The soul choice was opting for a short life, an early exit over a lifetime of vile vibrational degradation. Forcing the thread, the mission of death. Oh, that's why we called the Canton case a red thread. Got it. If the Black Magician cannot win submission, she destroys the situation to force a permanent trauma bond in the void. The weapon was a 2018 Toyota Camry, acting as a ceremonial chariot. The intent, well, her intentions were clear. 0 braking, 0 evasive steering, a methodical, deliberate, and purposeful execution. The command. The accelerator was pressed to 100% for over 5 seconds. The aftermath. This was psycho. Can you please put some, this is what his brother tell, like Christine, and why am I spacing his name? I can tell I'm getting tired. I'm spacing his name, but she asked his brother to put photos in his casket of them so he could be with her forever. You know what? I wonder if they did that. I hope not. I'm just going to hope that they didn't do that and she just psychically asked for it. The anatomy of a ritual was the preparation and the timing. July 28th. Okay, this 3 days is going to become important. 3 days, the scouting mission, the GPS. And I mean, you can say whatever you want, like, oh, it was a cut through, it was a known cut through. On an esoteric level, this 3-day preparation, I mean, Jesus died for 3 days. Like, it's part of a greater magical thing. The scouting mission, the GPS data confirmed the dry run at the exact intersection of Progress and Alameda, an esoteric rehearsal for the precise execution. So that was July 28th. July 30th, the gathering of the elements, procuring 8.1 grams of mushrooms found hidden post-crash. On her, post-crash. Not on Dominic. She's trying to say Dominic's a drug dealer. Well, you're the only one that was found with drugs on you. July 31st, the pre-dawn. The calendar alignment. In accordance with the rite of the Black Dragon, this is straight up black magic. Major magical undertakings commence on a Sunday. Saturn is Sunday. They worship Saturn. 5:30 a.m., the chariot departs. The ritual is set for physical motion as the vehicle leaves Brushwood Lane. The esoteric somatics. 7 + 3 + 1 + 2 + 0. Okay, wait. So this is 7/31/2022 equals 17. That breaks down to an 8. The 6 frequency, the driver. Her birth year was 2004. With her birthdays, it comes down to a 6. Represents the domestic. Yeah, this is a nightmare. Represents the unhealed domestic karma and the desperate need to balance the home and fill that void. It's the God-sized hole. No amount of drugs or alcohol or sex, money, rock and roll will ever fill the God-sized hole inside of you. No one can do it for you. You have to do it for yourself. And if you don't do it this lifetime, you get to do it next lifetime. So the 8th frequency, this is the date. The number 8 represents manifestation, executive power, and velocity. The weaponization of emotions. When a soul carrying unhealed domestic karma, a 6, encounters the high velocity manifestation of an 8-day, the result is an explosion of intent, a soul attempting to outrun its own emptiness at 100 miles an hour. The climax, the Alameda Drive and the dead end. The portal was 11792 Alameda Drive. The address reduces to 20. The address reduces to 20. 1 plus 1 plus 7 plus 9 plus 2. The chariot frequency of the judgment card. That's death and resurrection. The industrial dead end was chosen not for its route, but for its permanence. The brick wall served as the immovable object required to forcibly close the karmic cycle. Like a psycho. The impact time was 5:36 a.m. And the kinetic transfer, delta V of 37.3 miles per hour in 0.23 seconds. Okay. The archetypal sacrifice, the offer. The occult requirement. A dark ritual, okay, this is old energy. Black magic, but I guess old energy. Black magic, a ritual intended to present to presence. Well, it needs a sacrifice. There's a bigger thing about this, and the sacrifice, like, we don't want to go too deep into it. We're going to stay on the surface. Davian was the chosen one. He was the sacrifice. So in that recording, they talked about fresh blood on the earth. Just wait till you hear about all the child sacrifices that happen on. And the way that you can look at this with compassion instead of judgment, well, this is how I have to do it. I don't know if this works for you or not, but it's like everyone is born into this religion. So like I grew up very Catholic. You might have grown up LDS. Like whatever your culture, your family dynamic is normal to you. Like when I went to rehab, there was a kid there whose mom was a dealer. And until he got into like first grade or, kindergarten or first grade, he thought that Christmas was for like making packages for other people because she was a drug dealer. And he didn't know that Santa was supposed to come to your house until he got into school. But that was his normal. So I've never heard of anyone like, except for Aleister Crowley, and he happened to go big, but everyone else I've ever heard of or studied have all been born into it. Mostly like high societies, or there's a number of things, but the innocence frequency as a warm, upbeat, as a warm, upbeat 19-year-old with a giving heart, Davion was totally disconnected from the toxic cycle of this couple. The spiritual anchor, his presence ensured the event carried a frequency of pure innocence, preventing the tragedy from being defined solely as the black magician's darkness. Without Davion there, well, the spell wouldn't have worked, but you have to think of justice, like the scales of justice or karma. Like without Davion there, it would have been way out of whack. So he was the balance. He brought the light to the darkness. All you have to do is turn on the light. The compassionate witness, Davion's final hours. In the beginning of this case, I was obsessed with his last 6 hours because it did not follow his norm. From 11:30 p.m. till 3 o'clock in the morning, the anchor, he was hanging out, allegedly listening to music, allegedly on touch mushrooms, although he did Google something about acid tripping. How long does acid take or something? So who knows? Why didn't they do drug toxicology tests on them? That would be pretty easy to refute. A grounded, stable presence. At 4 a.m., the veil is thinning. Oh, yeah, this is the thinnest time. You might wake up at like 3 and have to go pee. The veil is the thinnest. Debbie, are you emailing me because I need to look at something? Once I get distracted from this, I'm not coming back into it. So if I need to read that, let me know. Okay, the 5:30 a.m. was the buffer. All right, sorry. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the veil is thin. The text He texts his friends. He's tripping sacks, indicating an altered energetic state. Despite witnesses, wink, wink, that's like the house in Canton, all those witnesses, a bunch of psycho. Well, all I can say is there's zero evidence of any of these ladies or men sitting around and coloring and watching cartoons. In the 2 years of text messages that we read, that never happened. Never, not once did they do anything like that. So I don't buy their sitting around coloring and watching cartoons story. I don't believe the witnesses. Okay, at 5:30 in the morning, the buffer. Davion gets back into the back seat of the vehicle. He becomes the physical buffering to the toxic fight in the front. 5:30 a.m., final witness. 1 minute before impact, Davion sent his final Snapchat, evaluating a mundane photo of Colorado River, the soul's intuitive realization of a cycle completion. See, this also tells me the time stopped and they weren't afraid because she was such a little boy who cried wolf. She always threatened to like do crazy stuff. The esoteric somatics. The soul's ultimatum was the divine timing of overriding free will. The karmic lesson is the absolute personal responsibility. The soul's ultimatum. Okay, this is the same thing I always talk about. You can go out and take a left or you can out and take a right. Path A, she could have gone out and taken a left. That would be self-reflection. Oh, this is Dominic. Self-reflection, setting boundaries, healing the internal void. And so the path was rejected of like crashing into a building. Path A is learning through wisdom. Path B was learning through woe. The catastrophic consequence. Okay, the soul's ultimatum, catastrophic consequences. The cosmic standoff, 15 to life. When a soul stubbornly hides behind the magnetic shield, parents, partner, stubbornness, the universe. Okay, this is Kali. If you guys know who the goddess Kali is, she's wonderful. She comes to destroy your life if you're off your soul path. And Mackenzie was off her soul path. The universal, but she made these decisions on a subconscious level. The universe mandates a catastrophic pulling away period. Prison becomes the divine chaos necessary to force independence and her own identity. Esoteric somatics, the life review and the soul grading. Step 3 is the early exit agreement. Dominic and Davion are old souls who volunteered for an intense, short lifetime to work through ripe karma quickly, returning to source to prepare as light workers or helping from the other side. Step 2 is the grading of the soul. Oh, that's judgment. You just grade yourself. The non-punitive evaluation against the pre-birth sacred contract. The only pain felt in this realm is remorse. The realization that a situation could have been handled with more love. So when you snap at your mom, because she's a boomer, you get to look back on this and think that you could have been kinder or compassionate. Step 1 is the resting place. Souls experience high-velocity traumatic exits are taking to the realm of quiet. And this is when I put the cloak over them. This is just a fancier way of talking about it. Yeah, that's like, no, we're not going to siphon his energy anymore. He has been like used and abused enough. The global recalibration. This is our goal. And if you're into ley lines and you're into helping the earth, now is a great time. We have to get at, these are our root chakras. This is the red chakra. Fear, ego, anger, rejection, and judgment. Subconscious past life fears are manifest. Oh, this is for Mackenzie. Manifested as Mackenzie's obsessive need for a shield. The ego is a grinning mask in the pursuit of clout. The anger was the rage, chemistry fueling 100% acceleration. The reaction was the driver's like she has no remorse. She went out. She didn't let. I still don't think she even understands what she did. She's never been held accountable. Like when I was 5, I took a candy bar from the store and my mom made me take it back. It was the most humiliating thing ever in the entire world. But you know who never, I didn't even really realize it was stealing. So my mom said I couldn't have it. So I put it in my pocket. I might not have even been 5. She took me back to the store in front of everyone and I had to give it back to the manager. And guess who never took anything that wasn't hers ever again? She didn't have any consequences. The tragedy acts as a mystical blueprint. It's a test of love on Gaia, forcing survivors to choose between living as powerless victims, like getting mad and judging Mackenzie, or using the ashes of the event to step into a super conscious and compassionate new self. All right. I don't think I can read this anymore. This is getting more into the black magic. I don't know. I'm going to come over. Is anyone over here? Hi, everyone. Is anyone here? Hi. Oh, hello. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the party. Cindy, possibly last year. This channel is deep. I'm so far behind. Hello, hello. You're not late. You're not behind. I have to go through the text again. Do you have a general idea of when it was? Hold on. Cindy Owens. Hi, Shades. Oh, Shades of Idaho. Hi. There's no such thing as late. Just grab a drink. Have a seat at the table. There's plenty of room. I always figured she would cry R if he didn't comply. No, Cindy Owens, I agree with you on this comment. She mentions this in the text. That's why maybe it was AG Tactical. When the first time we ever heard Danny's voice, I thought that was going to come back to this. I don't think it had anything to do with Dominic. They didn't have sex for over 2 years, or at least a year and a half, though. Hi, guys. No, you're not late. Yes. Okay. Oh, you're famous on Google AI? Yes. Oh, yeah. Debbie's, yes. I do have 5 million things on some Google thing, so don't worry. I write good reviews, but I wanted to write a really bad one. I was like, good, I have 5 million people that are following that. Oh, yay. That makes me so proud. So while I was reading that, I asked Debbie if I needed to check my email. And she said, no, you're famous. That's how we roll. Okay. I have to go through the text. Cindy, what date are you looking, or what subject? I have them all right here. And I don't really want to go through them. But when I heard Martin Mango talking about Insta, oh, speaking of, I have a screenshot of one. All of this stuff means something different now. Like, it's the sex charges they were going to charge her with sex charges. This is the report, but like it got put on hold behind the 2 murder charges. I have the picture right here. Where did I find it? Probably Reddit, I'm guessing. Oh, you know who I want to show you? William Ellis. He is. I think some of you guys saw it the other day. Oh, here's William Ellis. I'm on 2 screens here. That's how we roll. All right, okay, William Ellis, just to give you an idea of who he is. He's the one who had Dominic's phone. Just give you an idea of what we're working with. I don't know what's like. I don't know why I think that's hilarious. Okay. Where is my Mackenzie? Oh my God, I have so many funny things to show you. Where was I today? I was on some Mackenzie Shirley thing, and it was hilarious. Okay. Oh, here it is. All right, we can go through this. This isn't the exact picture I was just talking about, but it's one of them. So we have, wait until you see that next thing. All right. This is a Snapchat. We have all of these Snapchats. We haven't looked at them like this, but we have them. On July 22nd, the accident happened on July 30th. So what is that, like 7 days before? It's like, we can do this or what? And then she asked, I'm guessing this is Mackenzie. We know that 4 bands means $4,000. You can have 4 straps of $1. Ha ha ha. Like, I don't know. That's supposed to be funny. And then she writes back $1,000. You can do dirty things for yourself. And then, I don't know. He's trying to talk dirty. He's trying to buy her time, or whatever you do with fingers and pictures of yourself. And then something about touching yourself. And she's like, this is literally 7 days before the accident. The audacity of her saying that he cheated on her when he literally hit Emily up to ask her if she wanted to come over. This is like, oh, so nice. Okay. I'm not looking at her compassionately. Anyway, she's saying send $1,000 and we can link or do anything you want for $2,500. 7 days before the accident, you get cash money in person. No way. I'd send you anything up front, especially $1,000K, LOL. So let me know when and where you want to do it. Oh, okay. That's pretty normal, Mackenzie. Okay. Here's our man. This is not exactly reputable news. And we don't speak ill of the dead, but he's not dead. So this is, I feel like sacrilegious even saying this. William Ellis, okay? This is our boy. If you're not watching, let's just say the headline says Parma bitches. Oh, she hates Parma bitches. Parma man accused of having, you know what, with a runaway teen and injecting her with heroin. Yikes. But a grand jury on Monday handed charges accusing William Ellis of injecting a girl with, yikes. It sounds like it was a bad spot. This right here, I literally have, if you're not watching, a map of Christine, like just a Google map of Christine Russo's homes, because in one of Mackenzie's jail calls, she makes some rude comment about Christine Russo. So I made her a Google map. Like, Dom lived here in this house, and Christine lived right here, literally right next door. The lots are right next to each other. That was just to disprove one of Mackenzie's, like, and then this is the background, like the deed. We don't have the actual deed right here, but it's an ownership on her background check. And then the house next door. So 2080, 20180 Lund Road is not where the accident, when Kendall got pushed down the stairs. It was this one, 20150 Lund Road, Christine Russo. You know how Kenzie was always a little bit psycho of Dom coming to pick her up? Well, just according to Google Maps, she's literally 1 minute away in a car. It's a 9-minute walk, according to Google Maps. Everyone knows how to use Google Maps, hopefully. I have to load this back up. Okay, then, someone was telling me about their IBDM or whatever that thing, IMDb. This is their IMDbs. I had taken screenshots of this a while ago. Playboy Cardi, this is something I made. Like you can see, I was working on it. Drip Drop, unusually silent. Okay, I do believe that he's a psyop. I still don't. There is something very weird. Detective Awesome was way too anal to just ignore Nina. Something's going on there, and I don't know what it is. Like, there's no reason that Nina didn't get interviewed, in my opinion. So anyway, these are just people. As we're meeting them, I'm just throwing them on here. This is Tom Lost. Don't worry, Bobby. I have not forgotten about you. It's just like not really well. I'd have to look through the 97 films. Oh, this is Davion. Mackenzie Shrill is a remorseful bully who murdered our son. Davion Flanagan's parents speak out against the Hell on Wheels driver, who they say has still not apologized for the crash. And then the next picture is Mackenzie crying for herself. Whoopsies. This is Mackenzie. I wanted our picture inside the casket. I really hope his brother, what's his brother's name? Why am I forgetting him? He is Angelo. I really hope Angelo didn't do it. Okay. Oh, this is the seatbelt discrepancy. This to me is like the perfect example of a psyop, but what I got was like I was thinking about it too literally. It doesn't make sense to me, though, that safety equipment used, number one, seatbelt, number one, seatbelt. Wait a minute. Who's number one? Dominic. Safety equipment used. Anyway, this is like a report that's not right. And Here's the safety belt status for the front passenger on. There's Dominic's safety belt or his seatbelt, but it wasn't on in the screenshots. Is this a screenshot? Where's the safety equipment list? I might have to find it because this is not right. Anyway, we can find it. Here is the pipe. Another reason I thought this was a PSYOP, the pipeline building. Oh, that's convenient. Hey, Chris Watts, where Mackenzie Schiller crashed her vehicle into a brick wall. So this right here is where her tires went off. You know what I do have, or I found it, was it's almost like a drone flying through here, getting up to this. It's really cool, actually. That still isn't fixed because this is like $500,000. We have the bill. Okay, this is Davion Flanagan's Life 360 going 90 miles an hour. This is what it looks like from the top. Oh, that was inspired by Steve. What did he say he was? Colorblind or something? I don't know. Tone deaf. Mackenzie's shocked. La la. Okay, this is the weapon. This is Paul's house. 9382 Brushwood Lane. This was like the Google directions. I just took a screenshot. Like if we were driving it, this is what we would do. This is just her car. Okay. This is the Ohio State Patrol diagram, one of their diagrams. This is like a little bit fancier. Here's one of them. Okay. So she's coming along. This is when she hits the curbs. All the airbags deploy right here. Here's the stop sign. She crosses the street and she's going 88.86 miles per hour, according to the car. And so she's accelerating. It looks like, too, another reason they might not have been scared was it looks like she didn't really start accelerating until she's on this straightaway. And then she hits it at 97. Okay, so here's one of the diagrams. This diagram does not match anything else that we've heard. Like Davion was on Dominic's lap. Okay, this is literally one of the police sketches. And it says, on this day, 1/25/23, I made the sketch of the Toyota Camry from the case number 22-086777. This is the front of the vehicle. I also think that Mackenzie's in one of her jail calls tells us that she was laying on Dominic's leg, which then she would be on the center console so that Davion couldn't shift. Okay, the front passenger seat was broken upon arrival, and there was an arm outside of the back window. So did he have his cell phone or a gun in this arm? Probably, I don't know. I feel like both are very believable. We have a 45 millimeter picture, and I don't know where his cell phone is, or I don't know. Okay, here's another diagram from the car accident. This is Mackenzie laying on top of the console so the boys can't move it. Apparently, her head was on Dominic's lap. That's what she says in a jail call. This is Dominic's arm is hanging out. Remember, there was some stories like his seat was all the way back or like reclined on, and this is Davion laying on Dominic. I don't know. This is just a blown up version of her turning right when she's under control. This is the thing. See, this to me, I don't think the seat was, I don't know. I can't actually really tell right here if the seat was reclined. Oh, this is our little princess completely shocked. Is this Kid Cudi? He literally does satanic magic. Here's her evil eyes. I feel like this seat, I don't know. I can't really tell the seat. I'm not as worried about the seat. Okay, here's all the evidence. Found on Mackenzie, suspected mushrooms, a scale, $165, a Cadillac key, silver iPhone, in a pink iPhone case and a blue iPhone with an orange case. These are Dom and Mackenzie on April 2nd. She's being pleasant as usual. I had ChatGPT make me the same kind of thing, so it just looked a little cleaner. This is a picture from when Natalie went on Chris Cuomo, and he was not impressed. This is our little psycho. These are in her Snapchat pictures. There's 4 zip files of Snapchat. Who is this girl? She doesn't look very happy. This is Mackenzie, Dominic, and Mackenzie. Poor kid. All he wanted was some conditioner. She made him go get Starbucks. They dressed up as a convict and a cop. Cute. He does not look very happy in these pictures. This is Easter. Happy Easter. He's not even really trying to smile, and she's doing some weird duck face. This picture has a bong in it, and my ChatGPT said, no, these are just pictures of Mackenzie, Chris Cuomo. All right, that's good on that. Okay, I think we're good there. I'm going to come back and say hi to you guys. And then I'm going to, oh man, it's 12:23. Where's my thing? Oh, wow. Okay. I'm back. Hello, my friends. All right, Cindy, I'm sorry, 34,000 pages, but it was, things switched up, the years 3 and 4. VK, what are you guys looking for in the text? I have them right here. I can search whatever you guys are looking for. Wish that Dominic and David find resting in peace. Cassandra, Cassandra started at the beginning of this. Yikes, I guess I have some mommy issues. Definitely a child of a boomer mom. Shades of Idaho. Yeah. I've worked on her. I've worked on it like 4 times, and I still get to work. It's work in progress for me, apparently. I am. Now open my email. They reviewed you. Wait, are you talking to me, Deb? Who reviewed me? The reason why I brought it up, she had done VD on Dominic. VD. Voodoo? Yes. Cindy Owens, please go back to the beginning of this. We did cover all of that in the beginning. They're in the 2 videos we watched in the beginning. That's what, Kate. Okay, wait. And Alakov is here. Yeah, we talked about this. Yeah, exactly. We talked about this in the beginning, like 2 hours ago or 3 hours ago. Yes, you're 100% right, Cindy. Oh, did you just get here? No wonder. Okay, sorry, Cindy. I thought you'd been here. I was like, yeah, we've done all this. That's why, Kate, not what, Kate? I can't type tonight. Don't worry, I can hardly read. It's hilarious. I asked which TikToker had done an extensive Akashic study on Mackenzie, Dom, and Davion, and they gave me you. Well, excuse me. Thanks, TikTok, because after we did the Ryan Reynolds thing, my TikTok has been just like, I feel like Mackenzie Shrilla. It keeps getting canceled. I had like 10,000 followers over there. And then Ryan Reynolds, I got canceled. And then as soon as I released that video exposing his BlackRock connections, hey, Ryan, they canceled my TikTok. So I'm really glad. Thanks, chat or Google AI. That was nice. Oh, that's good to hear. Okay. Would she be charged with sex trafficking if she was a minor? Oh, there are charges. I have it right here. It's from Detective Awesome's report. Where is that picture? I do have a picture of her sex charges. Literally, I think it's right here. Where did I see it? I just had it up. Excuse me. We're going kind of pro here. We have 2 screens, except I can't really see over this. I'm going to have to figure out a different setup so I can see that screen and you guys. I'm just looking for, oh, here it is. Here we go. Don't you guys worry. We are about to, I can read it to you. Oh, I have to get out of your way. Goodness. Where are you? Do a little freeze. Okay. I'm going to share this with you guys, and we're going to read the suspected sex offense charges for Mackenzie Shrilla. Actually, we might need to, I'm going to just give me 1 second, and then we can read them together. It's from Detective Awesome's report, except when we read Detective Awesome's report, I don't remember seeing this. I think because we had like 12 hours of reading his phenomenal report. So, all right, let's see here. I'm just going to make it a little bigger, make it a little lighter so I can read it. I cannot read this. And ChatGPT will definitely not remake it for me. I'll just bring it closer to myself and maybe I can read it then. Guys, we are riding or dying, and I did not expect to. Thanks for hanging out with me on this 4th of July. Yay! My sister, I actually got a new bathing suit out of this. My sister gave an American flag bathing suit to Goodwill. So guess who found it before it went to Goodwill? So the other day when we were on the lake, I wore a bathing suit, an American flag bathing suit, and my mom thought I didn't have a bathing suit, so somehow I got a new bathing suit out of it, and I thought it was hilarious because I don't know why you would ever. Anyway, all right, we're gonna look at this Mackenzie Shrilla story size of her sex charges that suspected sex offenses by Mackenzie Shrilla from Detective Awesome. Except I am going to try to bring it over here because... Oh, thanks, Kristen Graham. I appreciate you, boo. You have no idea. Well, thanks to all of our diehards, too, because I would have... Okay, so we're all just going to have to use our imaginations with this. And this is a screenshot. I found it probably on Reddit, Cases We Follow, or Shrilla Killa. So we're all just going to have to use our best imagination. Please don't tell me that this didn't all come out. All right. Well, we're going to give this a whirl. I might have to refix it. I might have to redo it because I cannot tell. All right. Well, I can kind of read this. Where's Detective? I'm sorry, team. I'm just going to do this again. I'm downloading it again, but it's cut off and it's already hard enough to read. It's a screenshot. Don't mind me. I'm at work screenshotting sex stuff, and that's a lot. I work with a bunch of old men. No offense if you're an old man in here and you like to golf, but you can probably guess my demographic. The demographic, not mine. If you're under 75, you're on the radar. That's where my standards are. Okay, I'm re-downloading this because I cannot read this. And we are going to read, I think I should start Kristen's compliment. Thanks, Kristen. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here, everyone, on this 4th of July. I hope you're enjoying the ride on Con Air. I must say, I do crack myself up about Con Air too, because, all right, we are going to, where did that just go? Okay, well, that's a little bit aggressive. I'm going to stop sharing this with you until I can at least figure this out. Oh, thanks, Kristen. I appreciate you. I watch a lot of other content about this case, but I enjoy your take the best. Oh, girl. Thanks, boo. I appreciate you. You have no idea. I'm so glad you're here. We are trying to just find the... Oh, here we go. We're just going to read these sex offenses. And if anyone remembers this, I didn't, but it's in Detective Awesome's, it's all over here. Detective Awesome's report. Well, I recognize the writing because, I mean, we did read like 100 and something pages of his wonderfully written stuff. All right, here we go. Now we are going to read about Mackenzie Shrilla pimping herself out and I know they're rotten mango. I respect her deeply, but there was a few things when she said there's no evidence of her pimping herself out. I was like, hold my beer. I will find it all for you. I know there's evidence, but she has a whole team of people reading them. And I was like, wait, they sit around the kitchen table. That sounds like fun. All right, here we go. We are going to read these offenses and oh boy. And I know ChatGPT will not. Thank you, Kristen. Graham, welcome. Since almost 4 hours already. She even stole his nickname, Dime Boy. She nicknamed herself Dime Girl. Yuck, she did. How long have you been streaming? Sorry. Yes, I was late. Sorry, Cindy. I didn't mean. I realized that you were late when I realized that I'm welcome. There's no such thing as late. Seriously. And these long streams, if you had told me literally even 6 months ago, not even a year ago, that I would be doing long streams, I would have thought you were so cute. Thanks, Kate. No, thank you. Please. Oh, yeah. Please like, share, subscribe. Oh, thank you, Deb. I totally forgot. If you're here, please like, share, subscribe, do all the things. Thank you, Kate and everyone, for your patience with my questioning. No. That's what we're here for. There are no dumb questions unless we just covered it. And then my patience got a little low. Sorry about that. And then I realized you just got here. So you weren't trolling. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. If you're on the replay crew, I love you. And if you're here, please like, share, subscribe, do all the things. You know what you're supposed to do. We are about to read. I know that we have this. I don't know why. You know what this is like? This is like owning a Rolls Royce, but not wanting to walk to the garage. So we're going to like take a Kia or something. Oh, cars are a horrible analogy. But watch what we're about to see. And we have this. I just don't know where it is. And I didn't have time to look in between. 4th of July at a golf course was busy. Yeah, of course. Okay, what we're looking at, if you are not here, is and if anyone reads this better or can read it, what I'll tell you right now, we have this report somewhere. It's the outcome of suspected sex offenses. The purpose of the investigation into suspected sex offenses committed by Mackenzie was for the purpose of confirming or dispelling the possibility of Mackenzie having been victimized and forced into there's no victimizing here. Victimized and forced into committing unwanted sexual acts. No, we just looked at our Snapchat. There was nothing unwanted about it. Detective Glover and I reviewed approximately 31,697 pages of material containing 92,945 text message exchanges between Mackenzie and Dominic, beginning January of 2020 until July 30th of 2022. The messages were obtained pursuant to the search warrant for Mackenzie's cell phone. Oh, you know what we did miss, you guys? Oh, this is a summary. So like at the end of Dominic's text messages, he summarizes it. At the end of Rosie's, he summarizes it. You know whose we didn't read? Gracie's. I think Gracie's the one that he called the prostitute. Anyway, summary. Messages indicate that Mackenzie voluntarily engaged in suspected sexual acts with other people, likely in exchange for monetary value, without being forced to commit these acts. No, she was not sold into sex slavery. She was fully selling the goods. It's the oldest profession in the book. And here is the evidence. On January 25th of 2022. So this is 25 days after Kendall got pushed down the stairs and 6 months before the accident. On page 25,000. Oh. Just remind me that we have a Cadillac sitting in the garage, but we are walking instead of taking the Cadillac. Oh, and we have a driver waiting for us. Like it would take me 20 seconds to find this, but I don't know if it really would. That's why we're not waiting. Mackenzie wrote on January 25th. Oh, guys, channel your inner Mackenzie. I think it's time. You realize I'm just going to get wait a minute. We just read these. Okay, wait. I have to take a sip of something. Grab a drink. We're going in. Oh, please like, share, subscribe, do all the things. Thank you, Debbie, for reminding me. I am so glad you guys are all here. Thanks for spending your 4th with me. Appreciate you. Okay. Mackenzie wrote, you realize I'm just going to get a sugar. Oh, God. I can't even read them without it being on the text message. I'm just going to go get a sugar daddy and start selling feet pics. I'm going to be doing just fine. So this is really your last chance to handwrite me an apology or fix this, or we're really done. On March 5th, 2022, at 6:24:51 p.m., Dominic wrote, "Yeah, you let a dude F your feet for money like 6 months ago." Mackenzie replied, "We were broken up." First of all, they were never, ever broken up. From the text messages we read, there's no such thing as breakup, these two, at all. Mackenzie added, "We were broken up, and it was feet, LMAO. Something, but there's some woman's hand is covering whatever she said. Don't worry, lady. We've read them all." Okay, June 8th. So this is about a month. Oh, this is around the aquarium time, I think. Dominic wrote, "Yeah, I love you, but the last time you guys, we just read these." Well, it's all relative. "Yeah, I love you, but the last time you started hanging out with her, you literally let her sell your body to that random dude. And she hooked you up with the dude." Mackenzie replied, "We were broken up and it was just my feet. You think about it more than I do." Dominic wrote, "You ran off and became a prostitute." Because I don't, and this is Mackenzie, "Because I don't personally think it's that bad. But if you do, and we're together, then I'm not going to do it." This is when he said, what is that saying? Like, you can't make your wife a hoe, or something about, like, I don't want the mother of my children to have ever been a prostitute. Like, he straight up tells her, like, you're done. You're done. Oh, you know what I do have? Okay, wait, hold on. Dominic wrote, "You could never tell your family that you were a prostitute." And Mackenzie replied, "Because it's only my business and it's not a prostitute. I think someone's gorgeous ring is covering the words." I don't know why I thought this was a great idea to grab this, but here we are. June 25th, 2022, at 12:01, Dominic wrote, "Kenzie, there's always going to be a problem if you let someone fuck your feet for money." Yeah, I don't blame you, Dom. There was just something I was about to show you guys. Yeah. Anyway, the outcome was she was not the victim. And we are looking at her with compassion, but I am not being very compassionate. There was something I was just going to show you. What was it? Rosie, well, if you can find anything that says she was a police chief kid, one of our lovely dear friends said it's in the juvenile records that I can find it. I have not found anything. And okay, in my defense, I did look at the golf course while I was helping people check into golf. There's so I don't know if I looked that hard, but I expected it to be Rosie Graham, Strongsville, Ohio, police chief dad. I expected a headline of something. I mean, look at Canton. You can Google anything. You get like the great-great-grandfather of the same guy who's the chief. Rosie pimped her out. Oh, it was Rosie. I thought it was Gracie. Okay. Yeah. That's why the police call Rosie the pimp and Mackenzie's the plug. You're right. Thanks, Deb. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah. She was Kenzie's age. You know what? I would be shitting well, I guess I wouldn't, but if I was one of those guys like that let her, or I fucked her feet or whatever, I mean, that's child pornography. We watch a lot of Chris Hansen. Oh, if you guys haven't seen Cinnamon Toast Ken with Chris Hansen, oh my God, hours of entertainment. Yeah, you're right. Rosie pimped her out. Yeah, thank you. Why wouldn't the person she had the relations to? Okay, so this is a great question, Kathleen. Well, during our extensive reading of all of the police report, the federal reports of this, because I have a bias towards local cops versus feds. The feds just write better, but I think that this is my opinion, actually. But what I noticed, like that sex report stuff, was the end of the report says something like, "We will continue to investigate these." What I think happened was they got the second murder times 2 and the investigations were over because it would take literally 2 seconds to cross-reference it against Dominic's texts. And she tells Dominic everything. So maybe we should look back at this feet thing, because she accuses Dominic of cheating. First of all, she hasn't slept with him in a year. I think that he can do it, in my humble opinion. If I was dating someone and I didn't hook up with them for a year, you're wrong. And I will be hooking up. I will be finding it somewhere else then, in my opinion. But she calls it cheating when he literally hit Emily up, and this girl, and to come over and hang out on the couch with him because she was liking some dude's stuff. Her idea of cheating is not my idea of cheating. Not even an emotional affair. I feel like there's so much I want to show you guys. I mean, we're up and we're in it. This is like, you like to hang out with us, Kate. Yeah, of course I do. I love you guys. See, others aren't covering a lot of the things that add up in the end. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, no, girl. Thank you. Thanks for being here, liking, sharing, subscribing. We're trying to get 10,000. Well, I really, back when Idaho 4 was happening, I wanted, what is that little drip drop? Only had like 32,000 viewers back then. And I was like, you guys, we have to beat drip drop. That was like my goal. I found out I think he's a psyop. And now he has like 500,000. So we've been doing that. I've been to your lives before. Welcome. Good. We just have so much fun here. We do. Please like, share, subscribe. Yes, I need to do that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And your patience. No, Cindy, sorry. It took me like 3 of your things to realize that you're good. You're totally fine. There's no such thing as late. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. All right. Are we just going to do this, or are we calling it a night? This is my mood. I just need to, if we are going to continue, I just need to use ladies' room. It'll take me a minute. And then I would be wide open to reading any of the police reports, background reports. But the reports I am not in the mood to read are the Russos. Like, literally, that's just like a rabbit hole I don't want to go down. It is like, I mean, when you do, what is it, probative, the weight, I would say that it's much more punitive than probative. There's really nothing in there that's good. So that's where we are. It is late here on the East Coast, and I have to work at 9. I'm working 9 to 5 tomorrow. I'm working 9 to 5 Saturday and Sunday of 4th of July. Thanks, team. No, I'm just kidding. So that's where I am. I can either, I'm in the mood. I can keep going. I would love to read some of these police reports. I can call it a night, or I can do something else. You guys, we have so many videos I've been uploading. I uploaded her. Oh, it's so cute in Ohio. Is anyone from Ohio here? I had to Google, or maybe AG Tactical Google. It's all blending together. Hit and skip. That's like what we call as a hit and run. Hit and skip in Ohio just sounds like, it sounds like a playground rule. You hit and skip. But it's like an hour long. We have that. We have 4 hours of interviews, because for me, I guess I just was getting lazy, and it was hard to like find the interviews as I was looking. So we have 4 hours of interviews. We have, I uploaded like 4 or 5 things. We have jail calls up a ton. I'm pretty flexible. It doesn't feel like it's this late, so I'm good right now. All right, I'm going to, oh yeah, please like, share, subscribe, do other things. You guys are amazing. All right, hold on. I'm going to start at the bottom. I do love to hang out with you guys. Thanks, Kristen. Rosie Pimpdrop. Yeah, thank you, Deb. I appreciate you. Oh yeah, she's a trophy wife. Spare me. You're right. We'll be here when you get back. It's your call. And she was reading it. I will screenshot the pages and send it to you. Oh, legally, guiltily. Are you the one that was with me when we were thinking it was a psyop? I think so. Cleveland here. Oh, yes. Oh, hey, vacay. I love the law that's the hit and skip, it's hit and skip, right? Instead of a hit and run. And I guess it's just like an area thing. Yeah, Cleveland. Do you guys have Vernors there? My mom's from Detroit, and when she goes home, she buys cases of Vernors. Oh, you know what? I should just see if Amazon will deliver it to her. That would be nice. All right, we have. All right, all right, hold on. Why don't I run? I'm going to put you guys on hold. I have to go to the bathroom. Yay, Cleveland. Woohoo. Awesome. I'm just going to put you guys on hold, and then we'll regroup. Please adjust your tray tables. Oh, you know what I wanted to show you? I did get us a couple of sound effects. One of them is, this one's funny. It's actually not funny, but it is kind of funny because I feel like Christine in this moment is like very much everyone's auntie. We call my aunties the hens.
I tell you, that rotten son of a father of hers never said a frickin' word to me. I bumped into them at the cemetery. Of course, my place, I have to bump into him. And that bastard never even said, hello, how are you? I'm sorry. Nothing.
I don't know why. I just think that's like, because he's so insufferable. Okay. I'm going to run to the bathroom. Thanks for hanging out. We're going to do some why don't we do some daydreaming music? BRB. Oh, you can watch, what's her face? Jennifer McCabe lie on the stand. I don't want to go down the Jennifer McCabe thing, but we might need to do some healing work on the land. I don't know whether I do love Twitter. Okay, one last thing. I love Twitter for my news, basically. And so I sometimes can't tell if it's drama down there in Canton or if it needs help, but we have been getting that the land needs some help. So I'm going to run to the bathroom and then I'll be right back. Thank you for liking, sharing, subscribing, doing all the things. I'll be literally right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm eating a Twizzler, sorry. Okay, there we go. Whoa. Okay. I haven't looked at the things. I had to let the cats in. I'm gonna look at our comments. Where are we? Oh, hi, Kendall. Hello. I love you. Yeah, see? Oh, you sent me the link? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, where are we now? I'm gonna look at my phone. I'm looking down so I can check my email. Oh, I should check it on here. Okay, what's our plan? Thank you for being mindful. Can you fill us on your thoughts on Natalie since my last reading? I think I'm going to look at her with compassion. Thank you for asking, Vacay. Personally, I think she's like, I think there is some trauma there, but I also think that she's like a wounded little girl. And she's not adapting to adulting very well. I mean, oh, I got a new drink. Whoa, that's sweet. Okay. My thoughts on Natalie are, I'm trying to think of it with compassion. It's really easy to judge her. It's really easy to judge them all. My thoughts are just, I'm trying to like, it starts with you, the man in the mirror. I think she's just a wounded little girl, really, actually. All I can say is thank God she's not a good mentor for her daughter, because that could have been a complete disaster. If she had if someone had cultivated her magic skills, she could have been right at the time that this all happened. She was just a little baby witch. Thank God. Because had someone, which I think is just a blessing for the rest of us, had that gone, I mean, as soon as we got involved and we started unwinding the magic, the Donovan had needed to it's not going, it's so the resting space. I put a cloak over him so no one could access him. Once we did that, I would say that the charge came out. Anyway, please share, subscribe, please, please, please. Oh, and please become a member. Yes, Debbie, thank you. Cheryl with an S. We have someone over here running. Sure, thank you. You know what I changed too? The little icons. So the fool is the beginner, just so when I can look at you, or when I look at your names, I can see if you're new, welcome. If you, how many months you have and stuff. All right. Thank you for asking. Hi and welcome. Yeah, Kendall Johnson. Thank you, boo. I love you. You're the best. Thank you. So see, Rosie, okay, you sent me a link. And I saw someone was worried I would get burnt out. Well, listen, thank you. I appreciate you. I started pretty much when Jumpsuit Pablo and AG Tactical did, and they started doing it every single day, and I just didn't. So getting burnt out now is not really on my radar. Because I really like it, and I would really love to not work. I love the golf course, don't get me wrong, but I left Corporateville, and so I'm happy to do it, and I don't feel burnt out. Don't worry. Thank you. I do. If I was getting burnt out, I'd probably just tell you guys. I was just trying to think how I would react. I'd probably just say, all right, I need a break. I love you. Yeah, those are my feelings on Natalie. I just think she's a broken little girl who didn't have a mother figure or something. I mean, I can pull a couple. Oh, my cards are sitting in the strawberry moonlight. I just think, I'll use my training wheel cards. I just think she's a broken little girl. And I don't think that she understands affection. I don't know. She's one of those people I would be genuinely concerned about if like if you did, I don't know. If this is one of the things I have gotten in the past, and I do 100% believe, is Mackenzie is going to outgrow her parents. And I think she is going to drop them like a bad habit, because Mackenzie, from what we've seen, she's really nice to Rosie. She wanted something from Rosie. She wanted like her followers or whatever. She treated Dom and her dad like shit. And I just think like Mackenzie's going to outgrow her parents, especially. So I think like Natalie's psyche could shatter, which I would say she probably is going to need, like, I don't know. I'm going to pull some training wheel cards. These are my beginner deck, and I love them, and I use them to train. Yes, she has. So the card that I just pulled, if you're watching, or you're not just listening, I mean, sorry, is the Six of Swords in reverse. Unresolved issues, delays, overwhelmed, instability, and she feels stuck. She's not going anywhere. Her daughter went like upright. This is like, he's out of here. He's packed his bags. He's on his way. In reverse, she just feels stuck. Her whole identity. Oh, I saw someone, Debbie, was that you that asked to do, I haven't checked my email. Do I need to check it? Anyway, she just, I don't know. She needs, I don't even know what she needs. She needs almost like a retreat, like an ayahuasca retreat. Oh, I got to do that a few times. My girlfriend, well, my best friend, I talk about her all the time. She's in California, and like ayahuasca is pretty popular back there, but it also happened to have one spot in New Hampshire, so I went a few times. For me, it was life-changing, but in recovery, you have to tread lightly with it, but if you got addicted to it, I think that would suck. All right, anyway. Kate, let me know if you can't see the link. All right, Debbie, thank you for your persistence. I am switching over to that email account right now, and we are about to look at this link of whatever it is that I know that you probably told me. I can tell I'm getting tired because I can't even remember what we were talking about. Oh, my cat's yelling at me. Excuse me, Leo. Here. Oh, thanks. All right, here we go. Wait a minute. I saw this Rotten Mango thing. Here, wait, I can share this with you guys. I watched all three of her. This was the first time I really watched her for no particular reason. Like, I have no opinion about it. But I've watched this Mackenzie Shirla thing like 3 times, literally. Oh wait, the cat is yelling at me. Apparently he wants to see his sister. All right. Yes, Rotten Mango. Oh, I'll blow this up. I know that not everyone can. I should put ads on my website. That would be a good way to make money. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry. I just have to. The cat is literally yelling at me. BRB. I'm going to give you guys Jennifer. All right. Actually, here, I'll leave you with Jennifer. I love it when she talks. I don't know why she cracks me up all these years later. All right. I will read this. All right. Yes. Okay. This is the Rosie's. See, this is the other thing though. Deb, I saw this and I watched it, except when you Google it, I literally couldn't find anything about her dad. And maybe they do have different last names, but yes. So I think the way they framed it or said to our researchers is that Paul told them about his interview. Yes. Okay, yes, I remember this. They started off feeling very freaked out that they were investigating not the accident, but the drugs. All right, you know what we should watch? Is that girl on TikTok that breaks it all down. I have the thing. They started off feeling very freaked out. Which part, Paul? The part about talking about doing mushrooms in front of your mom, or the fact that you might have a gun in your garden, or the fact that Dominic had a gun that night? I remember all of that from Paul. And it was more like drug trafficking. Yeah, that girl shows us, we have all those reports too. Yeah, so they're feeling hesitant. Listen, I don't know. That's what they're saying. Now, Paul tells them that the cops even printed out text messages between Rosie and Mackenzie where Rosie is asking to buy weed and shrooms. So I think that freaked Rosie out because she states, yeah, that freaked her out. Yeah, Rosie. No kidding. So I told my dad's a cop, ex-retired chief or whatever, which is always, which is what they, I love that Rotten Mango is like, they always feel the need to bring that up, except I can't find it on Google. Perhaps it's just me, but Leo is yelling at me. If you can hear a cat, so she's like, people always bring this up as if I'm part of a cover-up. No, Rosie, we're not bringing it up because your dad's a retired cop. We're bringing it up because you refuse to speak to the police or cooperate. And by cooperate, spend 20 minutes in the cop camp with them, or what? Not a cop camp. And then just go in for an interview. Has nothing to do with your dad as part of a cover-up. There's other things. You're doing that yourself. The fact that there are even rumors because you told Paul that you drove by the accident site. No, it wasn't Paul. Was it Husseini? The kid who organized the memorial. It's in that interview. He brought Rosie home and Rosie told her, and he hasn't been caught in any lies. So, Rosie, no, it has nothing to do with your dad being a cop. But anyway, she says, but really, this has no play in this besides me being, they asked about guns and drugs. Yeah, they did. And I didn't know anything about that. Lie. We have the text of you asking Mackenzie for drugs right here. So that's a lie. See, Rosie, you do this to yourself. Rosie, no one cares. No one thinks that your dad being a cop makes you a part of a cover-up. I think that you're part of a cover-up because you do sketchy stuff. And in this one paragraph, I've already caught you lying once, at least. The fact that are asking about drugs and guns, and I don't know anything about that. Lie. 2 sentences earlier, she's asking for drugs. So she's saying that and then Paul told her what happened. Yeah, that would be scary, Paul. When you have people over because your parents are gone, 2 people die after leaving your house. Yeah, that's scary. I mean, come on. She goes on to be like, my dad, and if her dad is an ex-retired chief, wouldn't he want you to cooperate even more then? I don't know. That Rosie is to me 100% sketchy and 100% not likable either. I'm judging. Compassionate. Anyway, she goes on to be like, her dad is I don't know. And they're asking about drugs and guns. And I don't know anything about drugs and guns. Lie. You're lying. So her dad talks to the attorney. If your dad's an ex-chief, is he an ex because he got fired, or is he a retired chief? I don't know. If anyone can actually find anything on Google about her dad being a chief, I'd love it. And the attorney said not to talk. Well, I call bullshit. If your dad's actually an ex-chief, then you know the importance of a homicide investigation. I'm not being compassionate. I am judging her. Everything about her, it makes me judge her. I don't know. I did watch Rotten Mango's thing. I really like this. What I don't like is Rosie. I don't like Rosie. I'm I didn't have to not like her, but she keeps getting caught in stupid lies right here. Just in this one paragraph, Paul told them that they have, okay, wait. This is why I don't like Rosie and I don't trust the things she says. Paul told them they have the text messages of you asking for drugs from Mackenzie. Okay. There's a drug deal right there. I mean, they didn't actually do it. They're just ordering. It's like going to McDonald's. You're at the drive-thru. You haven't actually bought the food yet. Okay. So then your ex-cop dad allegedly said not to help out in a homicide investigation when they have the text messages of you dealing drugs or getting drugs, whatever that is. I don't know. I just don't like her. I am judging. I am not looking at her with compassion. What can I like about Rosie? God. I don't know. Anyway, that's how I feel about Rosie right now. I'm not looking nicely at her. Anyway, please like, share, subscribe, do all the things. Yes. Do you know how I complete your first course online? Did you know I completed? No! Congratulations! Wait a minute. Wait, that's like the real one, like on the website? Oh my gosh, I'm so proud of you. Girl, thank you. I'm doing the second course now. Oh my gosh, I love you. Oh, good. Now I have your email address so I can send you those PDFs. I might have to make them. Anyway, okay, baby witches. Can you Yeah, no, baby witches. Actually, Mackenzie's a perfect example. It's like she doesn't understand her power. Thank God. Thank God is all I can say. Anyway, baby witches can sometimes be worse. You wouldn't think so because they don't know what they're doing. Exactly. Mackenzie is the perfect example of a reckless baby witch. If you don't understand the power of magic, you can be very dangerous. You are right. And what I meant about her being, thank God she's a baby witch, her power, she's very, very powerful magician. Hopefully this time in the slammer will help her come around. Because had she channeled this, she was so busy trying to control Dom, had she channeled it into like, if she spent as much time smoking as she, studying magic as she did smoking, she probably would have like blown up Cleveland. I mean, she's powerful. She's a baby witch though. And you're right. She's dangerous. But I'm just glad she didn't have anyone around her that could cultivate her skills or show her. But she had soul memory. She came in, she remembered I don't remember this specifically, but I did get a message one time that I was the black magician that wove all the black magic into the land. So guess who's back now? Helping humanity. Sign me up, coach. Probably thought that was a great idea 1,000 lives ago. Yeah, baby witches can be dangerous. She has to give up living her life through Mackenzie. I don't know if she would have a psychic break, though. That's the only thing. Like, okay, I can use my mom as an example because I know she's not on here. Well, she's been in bed for a couple hours. But if my mom is like 100% boomer, my grandpa was in the war, she has like 4 sisters and 2 brothers, Catholic, literally. And if her reality, her sense of reality, like the book that I'm writing would might destroy her psyche. I don't know if she could handle it. So I don't talk about it with her. Anyway, I don't know why I was wondering why you were not sure Rosie's dad was a cop. No, I have heard all of that. And I did see this and I did watched it on Netflix. And Leo wants you guys to know that he thinks that it's time for him to like do something. What does he need to do? I don't know. No, I've heard that her dad was a cop from all of the same. I mean, I've watched, you guys, I did get a screenshot of someone was asking me where they can watch more shows on Mackenzie. So I took a screenshot. It's like, I've watched all 4 of them like 4 times, but, and you guys would too, and I'll find it. But I do know that they talk about her dad being a cop, but I did marry a cop. He was at cop camp when we got married, but then he became a detective after time. But he, if there's an ex-chief not willing to assist in a homicide investigation, I'd be like, did you get fired? Like, I just don't, I don't know, there's some kind of brother code about that, but I also think that's like decency, professional decency. The guy the chief that interviewed Bubba said he won't talk, but he knows way more than he's telling you. If you want me to go get him, I'll go grab him right now. And Rosie's dad's supposedly a cop, and he like won't help in a homicide investigation. I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it. That's why I've heard of Rosie say that before. Rosie's actually the only one that said her dad's a cop. No one else has said it. So I don't know. I just don't believe her. She got caught lying in this one sentence that or paragraph we read. But yeah, I do know that they call her, that she says her dad's a cop. I haven't found anything other than what she says. Like even the detective in Detective Awesome's thing, he never brings up, but he did bring up the other chief that left a message about Landon, or about Bubba. So I don't know. That's where and the fact that we just caught her lying in literally one paragraph annoys me. I just don't have time for it, for the lying. He's retired. Okay. So he's retired, but he still, he gets a pension. Like I need more. I don't have TikTok. I'd love to see those videos. The videos. Okay. Let's look at this. I have them right here. They're on my YouTube. Debbie, I'm not off of this thing though. Yeah, he's retired. Okay. So my ex is, well, he's my ex, but I just don't buy it. I don't think that there's anyone, and maybe, I mean, this is a small town. I come from a small town. I don't know. I just don't believe it. If there's any evidence other than Rosie, then I'm open-minded. But as of this exact moment, I don't buy it. Okay, he might be retired, but according to Rosie, I just can't even, like Proctor, who's gotten disgracefully fired. If they needed his help with a homicide, I guess they did. Well, that's not a good example. Proctor is the gift that keeps on giving. All right, we need to look at these videos. There's two videos that were on TikTok, but now they're here. One of them is a cop. I'm sorry, a cop. I'm all wound up about Rosie telling us her dad's a cop, but we can't, literally, if you can find it on Google, if you can find the hometown, like the hometown hero, anything other than Rosie or Paul saying he's a cop or retired, I'm 100% open. And I've seen all the same stuff that you have. I just couldn't find it on Google. And then you said maybe they have different last names. I just feel like it wouldn't be that hard if it was real. I don't know. Okay, we have two videos that I am looking for right now. One of them, well, the first one that comes up is what we're going to watch, and I'm going to explain it. Oh, we have so many jail calls in here that I haven't even looked through or listened to. After that one, I didn't. All right. She's so fucked. I don't know, a little bit. Okay. Oh, okay. The first one that came up is Mackenzie, this woman. I went on TikTok after I saw this original one. I went back to TikTok and I literally downloaded the entire story because I don't know. Oh shoot. I don't 100% agree with this one, but I agreed. The only reason I don't is because I don't know, but I agreed with her a lot. All right. Something just sounded really weird. Oh no. Oh, are we still on extra slow motion? Excuse me. Rookie, come in. Oh, wait. I think we're on extra slow motion. That had me a little nervous. All right. There we go. Whew. Okay, we are going to, I'm going to make myself, if I disappear, it's because Leo is yelling, the kitty is yelling at me. But this woman, I actually loved this argument. And we have all of the police reports to back her up on this. Okay. Let me know. Can someone give me a thumbs up, thumbs down if the noise is okay?
That's when I noticed a massive red flag. Then they tacked minor drug counts onto her murder indictment. Why? to limit what evidence the defense team could legally request. If you think the Mackenzie Shirley case was just about a car crash, you fell for the state's exact cover-up. In July 2022, a major federal dragnet was actively closing in on a massive Cleveland drug trafficking operation. And the primary target was William Ellis and Dominic Russo. In October 2022, the assigned federal agent was DEA Task Force Officer Jason Glover. On October 12th, Glover officially used Mackenzie and Rosie's text messages as explicit proof of federal drug trafficking. To build their leverage, the police started calling in all of Mackenzie's friends, Dominic's friends, and stuff like that, under the guise of they're investigating the crash. But once inside the room, they ambushed them with questions about drugs, guns, and William Ellis. Because immediately caught on and locked down, got aggressive defense lawyers, and refused to speak. The DEA's case against Ellis hit a wall of absolute silence. But Dominic's mother, Christine Russo, is a licensed attorney. We know this. And here's the conflict of interest they tried to hide from the public. Christine Russo was William Ellis's attorney. She understood exactly what the witness lockdown meant. And she knew that if her own client, William Ellis, broke under federal pressure and started talking to the DEA, her entire family's network and asset empire would completely crumble. And as a defense lawyer, she was trapped in an impossible position. Protect her client or protect her empire. So the strategy shifted to total damage control, and she gave the state Mackenzie. By pushing the narrative of intentional murder, the state quietly slipped count 11 and count 12, the drug possession charges, right onto the bottom of Mackenzie's murder indictment. That means when you're charged with murder and stuff, they didn't have to pursue a messy trafficking case against William Ellis anymore. All they had to do was introduce those narcotics under Mackenzie's name to poison the judge's mind, give the county an easy high-profile win, and permanently freeze the federal investigation before it ever reached the top of the organization. Mackenzie wasn't convicted because she committed a crime. She was the designated fall person sacrificed by her own boyfriend's attorney mother to keep a massive empire from tumbling down. That's why Christine Russo is coming out. That's why everything. That's why. This girl had a seizure. This was an accident. And the family...
Pro Mackenzie stuff. Sorry, if you like...
And William Ellis. Because immediately caught on and locked down. Got it.
I can't do the pro Mackenzie. It kills me. Music.
She deserves the biggest apology. Glover. On October 12th, Glover officially used Mackenzie and Rosie's text messages as explicit proof of federal drug trafficking. To build their leverage, the police started calling in all of Mackenzie's friends, Dominic's friends, and stuff like that, under the guise of they're investigating the crash. But once inside the room, they ambushed them with questions about drugs, guns, and William Ellis. Because immediately caught on and locked down, got aggressive defense lawyers, and refused to speak. The DEA's case against Ellis hit a wall of absolute silence. But Dominic's mother, Christine Russo, is a licensed attorney. We know this. And here's the conflict of interest they tried to hide from the public. Christine Russo was William Ellis's attorney. She understood exactly what the witness lockdown meant. And she knew that if her own client, William Ellis, broke under federal pressure and started talking to the DEA, her entire family's network and asset empire would completely crumble. And as a defense lawyer, she was trapped in an impossible position. Protect her client or protect her empire. So the strategy shifted to total damage control, and she gave the state Mackenzie. By pushing the narrative of intentional murder, the state quietly slipped count 11 and count 12, the drug possession charges, right onto the bottom of McKenzie's murder indictment. That means when you're charged with murder and stuff, they didn't have to pursue a messy trafficking case against William Ellis anymore. All they had to do was introduce those narcotics under McKenzie's name to poison the judge's mind, give the county an easy high-profile win, and permanently freeze the federal investigation before it ever reached the top of the organization. McKenzie wasn't convicted because she committed a crime. She was the designated fall person sacrificed by her own.
We saw this.
Glover's narcotics unit was already tracking down.
Do we feel good about that, or do we want to keep watching it? We've done the Glover deep dive. Okay, I saw a couple of comments. Yeah, there were two that I wanted to talk about. Oh, we didn't get to the firefighter scene. It's in that first video though of I'll drop the link actually. If you want to, okay, hold on. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I'll drop this. This link is the rest of the story. She starts liking I'm not being compassionate. She's like a pro Mackenzie fan. So if you want to watch the rest of that, that's there. And the first responders, let me find that one. I have the lab results, like the toxicology tests results right here. I want to look and see if these are Dominic's or Devian's. Mackenzie. I'll share this with you guys so you can see what I'm looking at. What I'm looking at right now is the drop of toxicology final. That's Mackenzie. Toxicology, I think they got a second opinion because her defense attorney was going to fight it. I guess we could look. I don't want to find the autopsy reports because I know they're not in this drop. But all right, what is this saying? Oh, this is all. I don't know anything. Are there any nurses? Hold on, I can't see. I have to blow it up for us. God, I need to get a longer cord. That's what my problem is. All right, here we go. Well, Deb, thank you for teaching me that every time I scrolled off of it, you couldn't see it. That's how this all happened. Oh, here, I didn't see the firefighter. I will drop that again. And then there was another comment. I wanted to say, yeah, she's definitely not a model. Fractured soul. I think she's just a lost little girl. Christine Russo on her podcast, she was giving her thoughts about Chris Cuomo and the dead, and they said they were all tested. Well, they're not in this drop. I've never seen them, which is like fine. I've seen like thousands and thousands of them. Now, Kate, I sent you a screenshot of Google AI saying he's a cop. I know. I just want to see what department was he in. Because Google AI is just picking up what's in the, like Rosie keeps talking about it. It's not that I don't trust you. I do trust you. I don't trust Rosie. I feel like I just don't think, even if he's retired, I just don't think that there's some kind of professional courtesy that I just don't buy it. I just don't believe it. But Rosie, we have her background check, and I didn't even look at it. They did do a separate drug investigation into her, though. We have those papers. All right, what's this? Greetings. This is Detective Awesome. Oh, this is to Detective Awesome from Sergeant Steving, October 13th, 2022. Follow up to case number 22-088677 toxicology report. Greetings. I reached out to my friend and colleague, Joseph O. Jones. That's like Mike Smith, who's a forensic toxicologist, consultant, and crime laboratory director for the North Louisiana Crime Lab in Shreveport. He sent me his thoughts on the toxicology reports, and I'm going to include his statement that I received via email below. The drug testing you provided resulted in the detection of, speaking of, the girl Kendall that got pushed down the stairs had benzos in her system, and she doesn't take benzos. That was in one of the reports. I did see that. Okay, a detection of THC, some more THC, typically in driving under the influence of drug, DUI, or we call them DUIs. This is a DUID cases. THC, 3 different strands of THC are something targeted by forensic toxicology laboratories. The 9 THC is the most active of the principal constituents of marijuana. When ingested, this THC can result in sedation, euphoria, hallucinations, and temporal distortion. In a study investigating the acute effects of smoking, high-potency cannabis joints, or psychomotor skills related to driving, researchers found that subjects still reported experiencing a high or feelings of intoxication, well past peak levels, with measured concentrations dropping below 5 ng/ml. Research shows there inter-individual variation on impairment, with some individuals being dangerously impaired at very low levels. Okay, that's like everything. Biological fluids such as blood, plasma, and urine are useful. Well, that's because we didn't know until Chris Cuomo told us that her dad was the one they suspected of getting rid of the blood tests. And urine are useful in documenting exposure to cannabis. Okay, these are all still Mackenzie. What we don't have, or I haven't seen, or if we did see it, I don't remember, are the boys. Okay, well, so we know that Mackenzie had that in her system. I don't think we have the boys stuff in here. Okay. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Why did we want to see the boys stuff? This is a search warrant. Okay. This is the state of Ohio Court of Common Pleas Criminal Division search warrant. Bruh. Okay, what is this a search warrant of? Oh, blood tests. This is the search warrant for the blood tests. And I'm just scanning it so that I can read to you anything important. Wait. Affidavit for a search warrant? Wait a second. Hold on. Before me, a judge of the Common Pleas Court of this county in Ohio, personally, okay, this is our Detective Awesome, appeared the undersigned Detective Awesome, badge number 7111, who being duly sworn deposes and states that he's a member of the Strongsville Police Department, and his training and experience include the following: 8 years as a road patrol officer. He attended Ohio State Highway Patrol and has training and experience in the investigation of motor vehicle crashes, including those with serious injuries and fatalities. Where's his government training? Maybe they had to, but he definitely does have, in my opinion, his reports are government reports. Anyway, including those with serious injuries and fatalities, impaired driving, and other similar offenses, along with other schools and seminars in various areas of police and investigative training. Detective Awesome holds a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Kent State. Oh, that's where Paul went. And a master's degree in legal studies, criminal law. Wait, he's a lawyer. In legal studies, criminal law from Cleveland Marshall College of Law at Cleveland State University. Detective Awesome has reasonable cause to believe, and does believe, that within the premises known as the Hospital Department of Pathology and Blood Bank, that the blood samples are now being kept concealed and possessed following the evidence of a criminal offense. Any and all record, this is his affidavit. This is what he was so pissed when this happened. Any and all records, blood tests, blood draws, and bloods. So he sent them this warrant, and the very next day they threw away her blood, and he was mad. Any and all records, blood tests, blood draws, and blood samples starting from July 31st through July 31st, 2022 for a juvenile known as Mackenzie Ford Chirilla, date of birth 8/2 of 04, including but not limited to lab technician records, photographs, urinalysis, correspondence, progress notes, written statements, reports, test results, and other records relevant to the patient's blood for trauma related to a traffic crash, which are, he didn't even call it an accident, which are evidence in the following criminal offenses: aggravated vehicular homicide ×2. He loves saying that. The facts upon which this affidavit, or this Detective Awesome bases his beliefs are as follows. On July 31st at approximately 6:15 a.m., a passerby listed in CAD case number 22-086777 is Tom Los, called 911 to report the wreckage of a vehicle at the corner of Alameda Drive and Progress Drive in the city of Strongsville. Detective Awesome has learned from the personnel of the Strongsville Police Department and the Fire Department Okay, so he's just explaining the crash. There were 3 people were located in that crash, and they were all like jaws for, what are those things? Jaws of life or something. They were cut out, extracted by the fire department. The driver was, the person in the driver's seat was 17-year-old Mackenzie. She was wearing a seatbelt and was determined to be alive. She was subsequently transported to Metro Health Medical Center in Cleveland via Fight for Life. Detective Awesome swears that during the flight to Metro Health, medical staff withdrew a blood sample. Oh, this is what they got rid of. Detective Awesome says that the front passenger was positively identified as Dominic Anthony Russo, date of birth 9/24/01, was DOA. He was dead upon arrival, and Davion was also deceased. Okay. The vehicle, so he's just saying these 2 were dead by the time they got there. The vehicle, a 2018 Toyota Camry, black in color, bearing Ohio plates, JIB 369. Well, that's it too. Was registered to Natalie. She was born 3/30. Oh, nice area. Oh, yeah, we got that. She was confirmed to be her mother, Mackenzie's mom. Detective Awesome stated that the preliminary investigation indicated the vehicle operated by Mackenzie was involved in a single motor vehicle crash at the intersection of Progress Drive, heading westbound, and Alameda Drive after Chirilla lost control of it and drifted off the road, crashing. I wouldn't go this far. This is a nice way to describe it. She drifted off the road, crashing into the Plidco sign and veering to the right, crashing into the southwest corner of the building, where it came to a final rest upright against the building. Detective Awesome stated that while Mackenzie was inside the ambulance, medics located a clear bag containing a substance that resembled mushrooms on her person, the bag, and not on Dominic. The bag and its contents weighed approximately 8.1 grams. A digital scale was also on her. The items were handed to Sergeant Valco, badge number 7146, who entered them into evidence. Detective Awesome said that due to the nature of the motor vehicle crash and the sustained injuries to Chirilla, field sobriety tests could not be conducted. Yeah, you don't say. The vehicle was towed to Center Towing on South Marks Road in Strongsville, where it's currently present. Based on his training and experience, oh, God, that's Glover always says that too. On page 89, based on his training and experience, that's Glover's report. Based on his training and experience, it's necessary to acquire the blood samples from Metro Health's blood bank in order to obtain the evidence of the aggravated vehicular homicide that occurred in Strongsville on July 31st. Detective Awesome, he has reasonable cause to believe and does believe that within the premise of Metro Health, Department of Pathology and Blood Bank, There is now being kept, concealed, and possessed the following evidence of a criminal offense. The search warrant is necessary since Ohio law precludes law enforcement from obtaining such records by grand jury subpoena, pursuant Turk v. Oliver, 732, blah, 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 August 11, 2010. Yeah, he was so pissed. I received the attached search warrant on August 11th and have executed it as follows. So this is from the judge. This is from Judge Russo, but not that Judge Russo. There's a different one, I bet. Oh, wait, no, this isn't Judge Russo. Oh, this is the one warrant that Judge Russo, not the Judge Russo that was presiding, a different Judge Russo, didn't sign. This was the one that he had someone else sign. I think he was like out. I received the attached search warrant on August 11th and have executed it as follows. On August 11th, 2022, I served Metro Health Blood Bank technician Taylor Boyle the search warrant. Immediately upon service, Boyle provided the Strongsville Police Detective Awesome 1 vial of Mackenzie Shirley's blood withdrawn on July 31st, as described in the warrant. See the list attached marked Exhibit C. This inventory was made in the presence of Detective Awesome. Whose signature is that? I can't read it, but it's, so they got the warrant. Okay, on the 12th day of August. Here's the warrant. Okay, we got that. All right, there was something, what was I looking at though? I mean, the laboratory results are all Mackenzie's. I don't care about Mackenzie's blood results. We've already read all these. Well, this part, I mean, technically we didn't, but what does Detective Awesome want to say in this? Greetings. In review of the toxicology reports from both blah, blah, blah labs and blah, blah, blah forensic science laboratory of blood samples collected from the driver, Mackenzie Shirley, in the case number 22086777, as a drug recognition expert, I would focus on THC Delta 9. This is the principal psychoactive ingredient of marijuana. I'm just saying that like I know how to say marijuana. I just like calling it marijuana. I would also use this to charge the case for OVI, driving. That's our DWIs under the influence. I would charge the following. Wait, this is from Steving to Detective Awesome. Oh, well, excuse me. Ohio Revised Code 4511.19a, operating a vehicle under the influence, drugs or alcohol, or a combo of them. Ohio Revised Code 4511.19a, OVI, so operating vehicle, above the per se level of marijuana 2 ng-ml in someone's whole blood serum or plasma. Level was 10. Oh, the legal limit is 2 and hers was 10. The other 2 positive findings are metabolites of marijuana, which are byproducts of consuming marijuana. One being I'm getting tired. Active, thank you. Metabolite, and one being an inactive metabolite. Delta 9, THC, is known to cause relaxation, distort perception or time, distance, euphoria, and feelings of well-being, along with confusion, dizziness. Chris Cuomo has been pushing this THC thing. I mean, she could have said all of these. She was under the influence. That would have been much more believable than I forgot. Sluggishness, lethargy, and muscle weakness. At 10, legal limits too, at 10 in someone's whole blood, this level would most likely impair someone's ability to drive a vehicle. That's a tough argument because all you have to do is say, well, she came down. What is it, Pearl? Fine. She took the right onto progress. Fine. This is a tough argument. I don't know about it. I don't know if I like this argument because you can't argue. Well, I don't know. This is, what do you guys think? At 10, yeah, she's 8 times, how many times above the legal limit? It would impair her ability to drive. I am unsure of how much marijuana she consumes on a regular basis and what type of tolerance she has to the drug. This is a hard argument, and I would fight this if I was, I mean, I'm not a defense attorney, but this seems to me like you could fight it. All right, well, thanks, Detective Awesome. We love you. All right, those are all the lab results that we have. Oh, well, this is a different folder, actually. I have another, there's a whole nother drop, FOIA drop. I'll look at that. All right, what do we have here? Esoteric, last night, Glover. We have the back-to-back reports. I watched Ron Mango. It's probably boring for you guys to watch. You can watch me. Oh, here's Ohio v. Ellis. Yeah, I would just. It's not a secret that Christine Russo was his attorney. She says it right in there. The reason that, yeah, Ellis did get himself a little jammed up. All right. All of these reports. So what we don't have, I mean, there are literally thousands of reports. Well, here's Rosie Graham's drug investigation. Notes on dad. Oh, these are the cop notes on the dad text message. These are a little juicy. Come on. My computer might be getting tired. Oh, I'm back. Kate, I sent you a screenshot saying he's a cop. Yes, thanks, Deb. No, I believe you 190%. And I've heard all of this and I've seen all of the same shows. What I don't believe is Rosie. And I don't really buy a cop in good standing not helping with a homicide investigation. That's just I just don't buy it. But that's like, I do believe you, and I do believe I've heard it all too. I just don't believe her. I think she's #sketch. Excuse me. I'm looking at the notes from Dad. You know what Chris Cuomo needed? Remember I wanted to be like Candace, like when she talks to her friends, you know, or buddies that are like on the side, she's like, fine, blah, blah, blah. I wanted someone to do this for Chris Cuomo. He didn't even need it. It's all the notes are right here when he says to his daughter, please be careful. When he says, I didn't know she was drinking and smoking. The motorcyclist? Wait a minute. Oh boy, I'm missing. I have to catch up. I can't see. I was going to blow these up. I want to catch up on these chats. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. And I do love you, of course. All right. Yeah, here you go, Chris Cuomo. Just pull these up the next time that loser comes on. All right, wait. I'm way behind. I call BS on the blackouts. Oh, yeah, everyone calls BS on that. Not to mention, yeah, everyone calls BS on that. I mean, the judge definitely didn't buy it. Just because there may have been a drug network doesn't automatically make Kenzie innocent. Oh, I know. The one, I agree. And Kenzie's sympathy didn't go that far with me. What I did like, though, was I pulled all those police reports. I just like that she was doing a little research. And I agreed in the beginning. Because this is something that happened in Idaho, 100%. And it's just a sketchy thing that we've seen in other places. So I wouldn't doubt it. But everything I read about this judge, she's above board. I really liked her. we could watch the sentencing. That is like the most satisfying thing ever. I love watching her get her ass kicked. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Thanks, guys. Hi, Allie. Welcome. Yeah, I know. I didn't get nice to meet everyone. I'm glad you guys are all here. Thanks for hanging out with me. Happy 4th if you're in America. If you're not in America, don't worry. It's fake. And I have all the research to prove it. Not to mention, yeah, she did a bunch of it. Yeah, it's all fake. I agree 100%. Yep, I agree 100%. T-Man. What are you saying? Oh, yes. Okay. They're so dumb. Well, you know what I have been putting in the beginning of most of my videos lately is Mackenzie Shrilla being asked by the judge if she's happy with counsel, and she says yes. It's like, Steve, that's another thing Chris Cuomo could have played for Steve when he's like, I don't know what that lawyer was doing. Well, she's 18 and she said she was happy with her defense counsel. Like, enough. Notice people who are against Mackenzie are disappearing or changing their minds. Yeah, like, I have never heard of Drip Drop being silent since Idaho 4. And all of a sudden he like is off the radar. Sure. Tell us that you're a psyop without telling us you're a psyop. Drip Drop. Okay. One for being Kenzie's friend, more from her parents. Yeah, I agree 100%. Who am I saying hello to? Hi, Border Crime. I agree. Wow, are you serious? He died? That's crazy. Well, yeah. The word on the street is that Tom, which is also very suspicious, the 911 caller died. And that is very highly suspicious. It's very much a CIA move right there. Dying of a heart attack. Or a Clinton move. They like commit suicide. They hang themselves and then shoot themselves in the chest 3 times with a shotgun. Sure. That was suspicious. Who knows? Who knows? It is suspicious. And Bobby Smalls, I don't know if you're still here. I've not forgotten. I will show you the video or the folder of all the videos though, so you can just tell me which one you want me to start with. Yeah, it's sad, but it's also, well, yeah, and she did build a tolerance. I mean, no one's saying that this girl didn't have a drug problem. All right, we have some Chris Cuomo backup. All he had to do was play the clip of her saying she was happy with her attorney and then show him the notes from the police. The very first one on page 8. Steve texts Kenzie and tells her to be careful what she drinks and smokes. And if there's a problem, he can come help and escalate everything. Mackenzie asks her dad if he wants weed peanut butter. He says, LOL, no, I don't like to eat my weed. Mackenzie responds that she's going to give him a little. Mackenzie asks her dad if he's okay. And all right, I mean, we've read all these. Oh, thank you. Please, yes, like, share, subscribe. Oh, Debbie Lane, I love you. Yes, thank you, Debbie Lane. You're amazing. Yes, please like, share, subscribe. Let's get these numbers up. I want to compete with boys. Yeah, I agree. Rotten Mango did a phenomenal job. I did have a couple of things, though. She has all the same papers that I have. She did a phenomenal job. I only had 2 things that were just not, and I think she did that to, I guess it wouldn't matter if your brother was alive when the cops got there. Like, she said he wasn't, and the papers say he was, and you can hear it on the police, on the responding reports. But yeah, Rotten Mango's awesome. I love her style too. I love that her husband or boyfriend or friend or whoever that is, like, talks to her. How fun would that be to just like explain this, but be talking, to have a conversation? Man. No, I do want to compete with the boys. So we are. All right. Yes, please like, share, and subscribe. I 100% agree, Jennifer Alcala. I love that. Okay. Cindy, yes. Sorry, border crime. Oh gosh, please don't tell me there are fights in the comments. That stresses me right the F out, and I'll have to block everyone. That stresses me out. Are you guys fighting? Please tell me now. Okay. All I saw was sorry. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Yes. Okay. We're all on the same page with this 100%. Okay. I think I caught up. Deb, I want you to know it's not you that I don't trust. It's I don't trust Rosie. And I just think it's highly suspicious that her dad is like, I just don't think like on a professional courtesy, whether he's retired or not, it's a homicide investigation. It's like that girl who they put outside, like John O'Keefe, and let him die, except the girl didn't die. Thank God Davion was there. But it's like, who cares if you get a drinking ticket? There's a girl dying. Like, you have 2 dead kids. Who cares if your daughter got like a slap on the wrist? And someone said that Rosie and Bubba have charges. No, they don't. Well, they don't on any, if anyone found anything on the court records. I was just looking at the court thing earlier today. I didn't find anything for either of them. I'm not saying that she wasn't the plug or the pimp, but we have all of the documents here and we've read a lot of them, except 2000 Snapchat that apparently has all of me. All right, well, I feel good about this. How do you guys feel about this? Do you feel a little bit smarter, a little bit better, ready to celebrate America's birthday? Or allegedly. I'm just kidding. I do have all the research to back it up. All right, my friends. This girl has got to go to bed, and I appreciate you being here and spending your 4th of July with me. Deb, it's not you. I just don't trust Rosie. And if anyone can find any picture of Rosie's dad, this could be a challenge. If anyone can find any picture or anything other than what Rosie says to anyone, that her dad is a cop, was a cop, retired, anything with a badge, I want to see it. I don't buy it. I think it's all Rosie. And ChatGPT or Chat AI or Google just picks up what's in the news. Like, it doesn't make up any of it. It's a mirror. That's why when I get mad at I trained ChatGPT for 2 straight years. Every day. We spend a lot of time together. But when I get mad at it, I realize that it's a mirror. They always think Mackenzie's child porn, actually. It like won't make me any of the pictures unless I explain it's a court document. All right, are we all good? Okay, so the challenge tonight, thank you for liking, sharing, subscribing. Let's compete with the boys. I want to catch up to the boys. Is if anyone can find a badge number, a department, a position, anything that actually proves that Rosie's dad is a cop anywhere other than what anyone, like, I don't want hearsay. I don't care what Rosie says. I don't care what Bubba says. I don't care what Paul says. If he's a retired police officer, even disgraced Proctor, you can Google him other than all the trouble he's gotten into. I mean, even disgraced Brian Albert is on Boston cops shit. Like, my husband and I were married 10 years ago. He's still on the website, or, you know, like, I just don't buy it. Even if they have a different last name, I want to see it. So that's our challenge. If anyone can find any proof, not Rosie talking about it, not another creator talking about it, I want to see a picture, a badge number, a report, anything. At least he would have gone to court. It would have been in court documents if he's a cop, unless it's like some kind of special cop, but doubt it. So that's our challenge. We need to find anything, anywhere that proves that. And I don't know why I want to prove Rosie wrong again. I mean, I just don't believe it. So another thing I don't believe, I do not believe that a retired cop wouldn't help with a homicide investigation. I just don't believe they wouldn't help with an investigation in any way he could. He calls his lawyer instead of like, that sounds to me like a businessman, like mafia stuff, not a cop. I don't know. I just don't buy it. So that's our challenge tonight. Anyone who can find anything that doesn't include Rosie talking or anything, a picture, he would have to have a department. He'd have to have some, if he's a chief, a quote in a newspaper. He's got to be somewhere if he's real. That's the challenge. If we can find any proof that Rosie's dad was a cop, then we won. What did we win? We proved, then we win something, some honor. I'll probably be back tomorrow night because we have a lot more to cover. But for tonight, I'm going to love you and leave you. Thank all of our veterans, anyone who enjoyed the 4th. It's hot and wonderful and beautiful here. So I appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. The challenge is finding any proof, like anything that Rosie couldn't have manipulated. So I don't care what she says. I don't care if other creators picked it up. I just want like a court document, a picture, a department picture, anything. Like, it's got to be, if he's a cop, a retired cop, even if he's a disgraced cop, all the disgraced cops in Canton are still available. You can find them still, at least, even if it is a Brady list. Hey, Canton, there's like 9 of you on there now. It's the best. All right, my loves, it has been wonderful, and I enjoy hanging out with you guys. Thanks for spending your time with me. Let's like, share, subscribe, do all the things. Let's start getting us competitive so we can hang out with the boys, compete with the boys. And I love you, and I will see you on the flip side. And I appreciate everyone. Oh, thanks for the super chats, Bobby Smalls, Kendall, anyone else. I'll just say goodnight to everyone. And no, I love you. And if I didn't greet you when you got here, I love you too. Oh, if you're on the replay crew, I love you. And I will see you guys probably tomorrow. I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow, actually, because I'm about to work 9 to 5 for the next couple of days. All right, I love you guys. I will see you on the flip side. Good night.
Oh, you'll never get to wear those figure skates. I'm gonna whack.